So, virtual artifacts with Christian. If you don't follow him, you should, because he's always doing this kind of very interesting stuff in this realm here. In this webinar, Christian will be using Gravity Sketch, Adobe Medium, Adobe Substance, and with a VR headset. So we'll be partially he'll be in VR. It's a lot of fun to watch, actually. I mean, to see him with the headset on, but also see the screen, it's a lot of fun. Christian is a VR AR artist and developer from the UK who's passionate about making interactive 3D accessible for everyone to inform, inspire, and have fun. From his architectural background, his remembrance, his artistic roots, continuing his creative journey. He's inspired by architecture, industrial design, sculpture, graphic design, and many other external sources. He enjoys the freedom of creating in VR, records the process in XR, and shares distributes with AR. And also, you're pretty known for this kind of big filter collection as well, right? Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to you. I'll be here the whole time. If anything goes wrong, I'll just come in and let you know.
Save the day.
Not showing right. Yeah, and yeah, ask your questions, because I think also, I think you mentioned to me, Christian, that you'll have like in VR, like a desktop in VR or something that you can see the questions, right? So
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
So even if you have, even when he has his headset on, still ask questions, because he has the virtual desktop in his headset, so he can still read them. So, yeah, so let's get into it.
Let's crack on. Cool. So as Michael said, yes, within VR, I can actually see what you guys are saying on your questions. So I'll have my two screens in VR above my head. So if you see me look up to the top left or top right, I'm actually looking at the screen. So just so you guys know what I'm doing, what I'm looking at. So please ask questions. Yeah, load them into the chat, and we can into the question and answer section, and then we can I can answer them as we go, because we'll be covering the Gravity Sketch first, so I can answer those questions first as we go. So yes, good afternoon, welcome everyone, or good morning, good evening. Thank you for joining. Here's a QR code for my Linktree, which has all my socials and website and whatever, so feel free to scan that. I'll also put that up throughout, just so you guys have got that. Yeah, so today we'll be looking at, as you guys know, Gravity Sketch, Substance, and Adobe Medium. We'll split it roughly about 2 hours for the first part for Gravity Sketch. There's a lot of tools in both Gravity Sketch and Medium Adobe. So there's more so in Gravity Sketch, and that's been continuously developed since I started using it in sort of mid 2019. So they're constantly adding new features, which is great. And I had an update 4 days ago with new features, which is really nice. We'll also look at Substance Painter and going in and actually, if we create something in Gravity Sketch, taking it out, taking it into Painter, adding materials, sort of weathering, adding additional details, which is really nice just to sort of ground your sculpture a bit more in reality. And then in Adobe Medium, what we can also do is what I do quite often, is take my Gravity Sketch model and then bring that into Adobe Medium and actually sculpt into it. Because Gravity Sketch is more sort of NURBS based. It's kind of like Rhino in VR, but with some extra tools in there as well. So it's really nice, especially if you come from a NURBS and splines background, you'll be very comfortable using Gravity Sketch as it is there. Gravity Sketch also comes in there's two versions. There's a one that is standalone for the Quest or for the Oculus headset that you can download onto that device, which is really handy if you're traveling out and about. You just take your Quest with you and you can then load up and off you go. You can save things to the cloud. And then there is a desktop version as well. So anything that I do on the go on the Oculus Quest, I can then, when I'm back home, put my VR headset on, use it via the PC, which I'll be doing today, and you can continue working on that model within that space, within that file there, within Gravity Sketch. And so Gravity Sketch is, if that is splines and NURBS based, Adobe Medium is more like digital clay. It's voxel based. So there's essentially a grid of 3D pixels, if you like, which you increase the density of those, you get more resolution to your model. So it allows you to actually have custom brushes and stamps that are 3D, and you can actually carve away at the geometry as well as sculpt new elements on. So that's super exciting. And then we'll be doing that in the second half of today's workshop. And then the nice thing is, once we've done something in Medium, we can take that out of Medium, take it into Painter if we want, and then we can actually put that back into Gravity Sketch, because Gravity Sketch is also great for, you can hold a virtual exhibition space, which I've also created to demonstrate that today, bringing in some models to review. And you can, you don't just have to view Gravity Sketch models in Gravity Sketch. You can bring other models in, which is really nice. Okay, so a lot of questions normally about the hardware generally. So this is the hardware that I have and I'll be using today. So I have the Oculus Quest 2, which is this white VR headset. We'll be going into a bit more detail, just a bit about that shortly. I've also got an additional head strap with a battery in it. So not only does that help with the balancing and the weight of it, so it's not so front heavy, that actually gives some more battery life. I have a gaming PC, which is what I'll be running Gravity Sketch and Medium on today. Now, Medium is also only a PC version, so you can't run Medium on your standalone Oculus Quest without a gaming PC. And I also have a wireless microphone here, which just clips on nicely to with a magnet to the headset, and that's just so that when I stand back, so I'm not hitting the screen or the desk, if I start to sort of wander off over there, I'm not too far from the microphone, so it'll be on nice and close, so you guys have got better audio. So the Quest 2 is a great bit of kit, because what you see on screen is everything you need for a full VR experience. Now, there are other VR that you may have experienced in the past, which is essentially like a 360 sphere. You're on the inside and it's just a picture or a video and you're just looking around. You have no depth or freedom. You can't move forward in that space. But the Oculus Quest 1, which was black, was the first sort of consumer affordable that didn't need a VR headset, that didn't need sensors in the room, and it didn't need an expensive gaming PC to run it. So they're about $300, £300, and they are really, really great bits of kit. Not just for playing Beat Saber, but also creating things in Gravity Sketch, actually holding that collaboration room that we're going to be playing with later, where you can actually share a space with 3 others all over the world, anywhere in the world. And it's there. You have depth, and you can create in the same space that they are. They can edit your element, you can edit theirs, and it's really great. Love it. So the Elite head strap then is so the original has just this fabric headset, so a fabric top piece and actual support, which is okay. It's great for compact and traveling with it, but if you're in VR for any length of time, having that extra support on the back is actually really, really nice. And the battery obviously gives us an extra 2 hours there. So when we're doing the substance work and we're not in VR, it'll be on desktop and on screen. I'll be charging the device for the rest of the afternoon. So gaming PC specs then. So if you want to know whether you can actually run Medium yourselves, here are the minimum and recommended specs for the machine to actually run it. Yeah, so take a look at those, and you can see your specs. If you go to Windows, you can right click, and you can actually go into the system and actually see what your specs are to understand whether you can run it. So you can run even with a fairly okay laptop. A couple of years ago, you would still be able to run it. when you start to create very dense meshes and that detail of the voxelation is very high, it'll start to slow down quite a lot. So here are the recommended specs. And here is the microphone. Now it's got just a USB dongle for the PC, but it's a nice bit of kit. It's meant for sort of gaming headsets and things like that. But I think it's perfect for this and just adding that extra bit of audio quality, which is really nice. And on the back of this, so I've actually, as part of this process as well, I have actually been creating my own NFT project with these tools. And actually using Gravity Sketch to review these 3D models, but also these were taken into Substance as well. So all of the texture work that you see here was all done in Substance Painter, and you can see here that I've optimized the mesh so that it is small enough to be distributed as AR, and you can actually then have a virtual. You can actually put them into a VR showroom. There's a couple of services available as well. One of them is desktop enabled. It's on the QR code for there as well. But it's just being able to actually experience the forms that you're creating. And that's another beautiful aspect of Gravity Sketch, is you can just bring in the forms to interrogate and to inspect and to sketch over a markup, and actually doing that entire process in 3D with someone else there is it's revolutionary in my mind. And Gravity Sketch has been used by Ford and some huge names, Adidas, etc., have been using it just to collaborate over the last 2 years, where geography wasn't an issue. And you can get more people in the room if you have sort of a business account side of things with Gravity Sketch, which would be really interesting to sort of scale this up in the future. So, okay, no questions just yet, so that's great. So what I'm going to do now is jump straight into Gravity Sketch, pop the headset on, swap the microphone, and show you guys basically the basics to begin with. There's quite a few things in there, but I want to show you what the tools are, how to use the buttons, because all of the menus, it's very stripped back UI. All the buttons are, all the UI is within the hands. So it's very nice and easy to use, but there's lots of hidden aspects and parts in there. So is Adobe Medium available for HTC Vive? Yes, you can. You can download it through Revive, I believe, on your machine. And yes, you can on there. So Adobe Medium is actually no longer being updated, so there won't be any updates. The version that you'll be, if I open up this here, the version, you've got this Adobe Medium here with the Dragonfly. There is an older version down here, but that's the latest version that you've got there. So definitely should be able to download that and run that on your machine. Cool. Okay. Nice. All right, let's jump into Gravity Sketch. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. I'll just load this back up. Okay. All right, I'm just setting up my screens again for the desktop. And then what I'll do is actually put it into a nice smooth motion for you. Excuse me for 1 second. Let's do this. So for the first, whilst I'm demonstrating the tools and the controllers, I'll be actually showing you in first person mode with the smooth head tracking. Okay, so if I come back in here, so you can see I've got the controllers here. Mike, can you just clarify you can see that for me? Or can someone put in the chat? They can see that okay. We can see it. Thank you. Great. Okay. So this is I'll move back just a little bit. So here is the VR space that I've put together. I'm just going to put the wrist straps on, and then I'll talk through the controllers. First of all, what the buttons are, and then we'll look at the menu. So I'm just going to move into the space a little bit more. Okay. And we can just start with this there. Okay, cool. So we've got the two controllers here. Let's just do that. So we have a series of buttons on here and a sphere. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to refer to the hands as the drawing hand, which in this case is the default is my right hand because I'm right-handed, and then we've got the non-drawing hand or the non-dominant hand on the left there. Okay, so first of all, you can see we have this sphere on the right hand, and this is called the grab sphere, and this is how you interact with objects in the space. Okay, so this is your drawing hand. You can see there is a little tiny drawing sphere on the top part here. So if I use the trigger on my drawing hand, and as I hold the trigger and move the controller through the space, you can see that I'm actually drawing, and that is actually in 3D there. So the grab sphere will go red, and so will the object when they actually intersect. So coming from behind, you can see that they've intersected, and just holding the grip button, which is now going red. Once that's colliding, you can hold that grip button, and there you are now holding that object. Okay. And so that is the grab sphere, and you can increase the size of the grab sphere. You can see by the purple icons and the thumbstick, so you can push up on the thumbstick to increase the size of the grab sphere, pull it down to reduce. So that allows you to grab multiple vertices at once and actually grab them and move them. Same with edges and faces. Okay, and so you can increase the size of your brush if you like, using the joystick again, but going to the right to increase the size, and then going to the left will actually decrease the size into something very fine there. Okay, and then with the grab sphere, you can increase the size of the grab sphere, and you'll see the red button on the controller. Now that is the undo button, so those will undo those, but also if you're holding anything with the red grip button or the grip button on the actual where your middle fingers are, you can actually hit the red button and that'll actually delete those items that you have there. Okay, you also have the color wheel. So if I were to draw something in the air, once you grab something, if you move it over to the side and press and hold the color wheel, the color button, you can actually, you'll get this cylindrical color wheel here. And you can go to the edges and actually select the full value there for whichever the color you like, but also you can push down. If I'm trying to look at it from the side for you, you can actually see that it gets darker the further down that cylinder you go, and you can see that's changing there. So you can pick whatever color you like, and then you let go of the color wheel, this button here, and yeah, you can now, that'll be your selected color, so you can continue working there as well. Also within the color wheel, if I grab all of these items and actually do the color wheel again, you also along the top have your different materials. So you've got your basic material here, you've got reflective, which uses an HDRI. So there's a couple with the free version, and actually on the Quest version, it's all free, which is the best part about Gravity Sketch. And on the desktop, you can actually load in your own custom HDRIs, which is what I've got loaded in now. You have toon material here, And you've also got a flat material, which doesn't pick up the shadows. And then you've also got a nice clay material here as well. I realize I don't need to speak so loud with the microphone just here. So I quite like the clay material because it's got a bit of specular highlights here. And so that is everything on your drawing hand, on your dominant hand. And if for a really nice mechanic they've put in here is if you are left-handed or you just prefer and actually like to draw with your left hand, all you have to do is just bump the bases of your controllers together. Okay, I'll do that again, and that'll actually swap those over. So a really nice subtle mechanic to allow you to change your handedness if necessary. And this button here, the further small tiny button is just to exit Graphic Sketch there. Okay, so that's everything on the dominant hand. So I'll just delete those. So on your non-dominant hand or non-drawing hand, we have, if you look at the side, you've got the time, you've got quick save, you can take a screenshot, report an issue, and you can exit. But also, we also have our grip buttons as well. We've also got a trigger button. And then we have the blue button, which is our options. So here you can see, and if I actually, if I use my dominant hand, you'll see as I approach the menu, the sphere of clay or the brush will actually turn into a little pointer. Okay, and I've got annotations on for you so you can actually see what we've got. So in the save and export folder, you can save your sketch, you can save it as something, you can export here, you can take screenshots, which we'll come and actually have a look at later. You have different preference profiles, so I have my settings set up a certain way that is just suitable for me. Report an issue, you can choose to save locally or on the cloud, which is really handy. The cloud is landing pad, which I'll show you as part of the export process. You can also exit the lobby here. Okay, so that's the save and export. And then we've got the settings here. So within here, you've got all of your sketching aids. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, but I'll just run along from top to bottom. We've got mirror, which is really handy. Vertical lock, which I have on, because you can just grab the entire scene and go from there. And then you've got home orientation, which will just take you to 0,0,0, which is useful. Find, so like zoom extents based on a layer. You can switch on a grid, which is really nice if you want to start laying out really precise items and actually put them down on grid. If you have mirror selected, you can change your different mirror styles. So if I show you what that looks like at the moment, it's just clear. It'll be easier once I hide all of this to show you what that looks like. But essentially just adds a nice opaque screen between the two and a bit of outline so you know where that mirror is. Smart Move is a really nice way of moving things on a specific axis, which I'll demonstrate later. You can have it set to all direction, off, or just the XYZ axis, which is really nice. Surface contours, so if I actually switch this on, you can see over there in the distance now that has all of the sort of the NURBS lines on there looking really nice, or you can turn that off. At the moment, I've got it set to when it's only enabled. So when you're in edit mode, you'll see just the surface contours for that item there. So that's good. We've got then world axis on and off, which is nice and easy to demonstrate, but it is just, you see a nice XYZ coordinate, and that's nice just to hold so you know where that is, just to keep you grounded, because in VR you can get lost quite easily. You can be moving around and suddenly you're inside your sculpture and you don't know what to do, or you're inside a wall or something. It is nice to be able to see where you are and be able to zoom to home. Stage floor is a really nice thing that basically it creates a white floor based on the size of what you're modeling. And I'll hide some items just to demonstrate the stage floor. Let's just do that really quickly now. I'll go to the layers and switch off the scene. So if I were to draw something here, for example, go to the stage floor. It's too much on. Let's get rid of everything really quickly. Let's do this. There's a quick way of doing that as well. Cool. So you can see that that stage floor is based on the scale of what you're creating. So it just creates a nice floor there for you. And there's a couple of options. You've got square and round, which is quite nice. Remove that, and then grid density, which is really nice as well. So you can see that when I switch the grid on, you'll see a series of these points, and you can see that the brush is now actually sticking to those, and you can see I'm actually drawing with that precision. So you can come in and you can change the density of that. So that increases the density to 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 2.5, respectively, which is really nice. So we'll get rid of that. I'll keep the stage floor on for now, which just looks quite nice. So those are all your sketching aids. So definitely play around with these and see what suits you, what's nice. I tend to toggle this on and off because sometimes I actually want to, if I create something, generally you can actually pick up the whole scene. So the grip button on the non-drawing hand is to actually move the scene. So if you hold, actually put vertical lock back on. If you hold the grip button that you see here, and it's gone red, that one there. If I push it away, it's constrained to the controller, and that's the whole scene. Okay, so if I switch vertical lock off, that then allows me to completely rotate that scene, which is nice. You might want that, especially if you turn the stage floor off and you just want to grab the item and hold it in your hands, which doesn't look great from your guys' perspective, but there is real depth perception. And for those that hopefully can join me in this space later, you'll be able to actually experience that depth. So that's really nice to be able to hold that item in the palm of your hand. So that's all of that there for the sketching aids. Now preferences, there's loads of stuff. I'm not going to go full through everything in here, but you can snap by scale. So you can do it via ratio, percentage, etc. Input smoothing, so you can actually get really nice smoother movements based, because your hand, when you're moving it through space, it does wave, it does jitter. So actually having that input smoothing is great. Controller visibility, you've got different options: wireframe, transparent, standard. Haptics, you can turn them on and off. Quality, comfort level, all sorts of stuff. Tooltips I've gone on for now. Video tips, when you start Gravity Sketch, it's good to have that on, but for me it gets quite annoying because he starts talking every time you use each of these for the first time. We have then the workspace. This allows you to change your environment, which is really nice. So now I'm in a different environment with lighting, and you can see we've got some nice shadows here. You can come in here and actually change a lot of these. So you've got grids, a dark environment, a studio environment, and then you've got different custom ones. If I go back, if I use this scene, for example, you also have a torch, so you can grab this and you actually have control over the light direction. So you can actually inspect how the light hits the object and also play around with shadows as well, which is really nice for daylight analysis for aspiring architects there as well. You can also, you can see the anchor, the blue anchor. What happens is you can see the blue button on my non-drawing hand has got now a blue anchor symbol on. If I press that, that'll actually anchor that in the world and actually take it out of the menu, which is quite nice if you want it there. And if you want it to go back to the menu, use your grab sphere, hold the item, and then hit delete, and it comes straight back. So HDRIs, this is a really nice studio HDRI that we've got here, and I just really like this, the way it lights it. Looks really nice. Here's another HDRI, which you can load in, as you can see from the quality, sort of 4K or 8K, and you're actually getting some nice warm red lights from those LEDs over there, which is nice. A lower res daytime one, which is really nice. I'll show this with the rest of the scene, and then a green screen one, which is how I do the mixed reality stuff. So we can switch the shadows on and off as well. You can add a floor grid, and then you've got your different options. So here's the sort of custom scene. that you can change your environments, you can change the color, and you can really play around and create a nice environment for yourself. Because if you're in here for an hour or two and you're actually working on a project, and you're just learning it, it is nice to create an environment, put some music on, and definitely enjoy the space that you're in. So these HDRIs you can come, if I select this guy and change it to a reflective material, you'll be able to see a bit better that if I change the reflections change with the different HDRI. And there's also zebra stripe, which is really good if you're doing surfacing or sort of car panels. It's a really great automotive technique to make sure that you're actually getting the right angle and the smooth geometry that you want on that surface there. So yeah, so those are the workspace options. And then under the star, you've got the beta ones. Now, I would recommend switching all of these on. We're definitely going to look at these. You've got the tool belt, which we'll come back to later. Contextual measurements, which is really nice. It gives you a readout as you're moving items with Smart Move. You can actually incrementally move them, which is really nice. And then you've got the 3D grid that might need switching on here. So if you don't see your 3D grid here in the sketching aid, that's because it's in the beta on there. Okay. All right, and then before we move on with the rest of what we've got here, we'll just finish off what we have on the non-drawing hand. So what we have here, I'll just create some more items here. So I've just done a very quick sketch. Now the joystick on the non-drawing hand, if you press on that, actually push the joystick forwards, you'll see that we actually have a clock. This works as an undo and redo feature based on whether you spin clockwise or anti-clockwise. So if you go anti-clockwise, you go back in time, and you can see those strokes that I put in there have now disappeared. And if I can make them reappear by going forward. So it's a really nice, subtle gestural undo redo system, which works really well. So the blue button is your options, and then the purple button is your tool menu. So you press the same button again to close it as you do to open it, or if you in the options and you press the tool button, then that will come up as well. So we'll run through each of these: ink, stroke, revolve, surface, volume, primitives, as well as sub D objects in there, and then viewpoints. We'll come to that shortly. That we've got there. So as I mentioned before about the grip being able to move through the space with your left hand, if you use both grip buttons at the same time, so I'll demonstrate that, you are now in scaling mode. Okay, so if you want to, you're not actually scaling up. What you're doing is you're moving yourself, but it looks like you're scaling the scene in front of you. So if you pull the controllers apart, you're actually increasing the scale of the scene. And if you bring them together, that scales it down. And so what that does is that allows you to grab more objects with your grab sphere, but also you can navigate the scene really nicely as well. So you can make it really small. If you make it really small, the actual movements with your left hand or the non-drawing hand become a lot greater. Whereas if you're zoomed in like this, you have to do several arm movements to be able to push that back into the distance. So this is the basic ways of actually navigating the space. You can pick it up and you can rotate it around, come in, zoom in, and come on the underside, and then start to work on the underside. So those are the basic tools. I like having the XY axis on, especially if I'm doing a central piece like this, and you actually want to view it from all sides. So I'll very quickly demonstrate the mirror tool before we start. So the mirror style at the moment is set to hidden, but you can already see where that mirror is, because it is following that sphere there. So mirror style number 1. If I scale that down, so it doesn't matter what scale you're in. That's the size. You can see this isn't the extent of where the the mirroring stops, you can still mirror over here, but that just demonstrates a visual guide for you. And you can change now the mirror to be auto scale, which I think works really nicely. So if you're doing a mirrored piece like this, like the stage floor, it increases in scale based on the piece. So you can be very gestural and actually start to do some, and that'll all increase in size. And there you go. We have a spaceship or an airplane. So let's go straight back down. So the mirror tool, really handy. There's also polar array or symmetry with multiple points, which we'll get to later, which is really nice. Cool. So I'll just turn that mirror tool off for now. Okay. Cool. Just checking questions. We're all good. So we're getting through it quite quickly. There isn't much. That's all the really sort of, I say boring stuff, but all of the technical parts of how to set up your scene. When we get into the tools, it's definitely much more fun. So the beauty of Gravity Sketch means that you can bring reference images into your space, which is really, really nice to be able to come in and actually arrange a reference wall or a mood board within the space yourself, which is really nice. So if using your grab sphere on your drawing hand, you can see that as I intersect the actual UI panel, you can see that I can actually interact with those. So I'm going to grab this and just using the grip button there, that's flashing red. There, you can actually grab that item and pull it into your scene. I'll do that with a nice render as well, so you can see what I've done. Hit the blue button to close the options menu. And then what I'm going to do, it doesn't matter how I scale. At the moment, these are floating. They're pinned to the world, but not the projects. So I can still move around. But the way we do that is we grab what we've got. And the same way that we scaled the scene, whenever you're grabbing something, you can alter its scale. So you grabbed it with your right grip, your dominant hand, your drawing hand grip there. And now if I bring it in close and do the non-drawing hand grip button and then pull those apart, you can now scale that up. Okay, so that's really nice about being able to come in and adjust the scale. And you can see PNGs work really nicely as well. So if you're doing things in CAD or Illustrator and you want to bring this in, we can sketch over this as well. We can sketch that, and that's a really nice automotive technique, is actually coming into here, sketching this, and then bringing the sketch off of the 2D image that we've imported, and actually start to play around with the shapes and actually sort of pull those off, which is really nice. So bringing in reference images is great, and like we did before with the anchor for the torch, what we can do is grab the object, so you can increase your grab sphere to grab multiple things at once, and then using the blue button on your non-drawing hand, you can actually, we're going to place them over there, hit the blue anchor button, and there they are. They are now part of the scene, and you can, as you move the scene, so do the reference images, which is really nice. So you can build up, you can put in quite a few reference images, whatever you want into the scene. You can scale them up, place them where you want, and then hit the blue anchor whilst you've got them selected. Okay, and that'll add that there. One thing that's also really, really nice for the menu system is you can actually tear off each of these panels that we've got here with the black border around. You can actually tear this off entirely using the grab sphere, intersecting the edge of that UI panel. You can actually tear these off, and you can place that in the space. Okay, and again, that's not attached to the scene, but it's anchored to the VR space. So that's really nice, especially if you're seated. I mean, I do some sculptures stood up, which is quite nice, and sort of use my body a bit more. But actually, when you sat down, you can have all sorts of things set up. So you can have, say, your layer manager over here, and you can have all sorts of other settings and things like that. As soon as you click it again, it snaps back, but you can actually do this, which is quite nice. So you can be working away, change your settings, keep working, change your settings, and it works really well. Okay, so let's get rid of these. So just grabbing it and hitting the red delete button on your drawing hand will remove those. And it's really intuitive because the delete button works for whatever you're holding. Same with the undo button. Whenever you hit that red button, it's consistent whether you're grabbing images, UI panels, or actual geometry that you're bringing into the scene. Okay, so that is then the reference images. If you're on desktop, you can actually click this show folder on the computer screen, which is useful, and then you can just drag your images into there, which is really nice. You've got all sorts of things in here that you can come in and start to play around with, and then you can also just overall hide all of the images in the scene, which is quite nice. I tend to put them on a layer and hide that layer, but you can just override the whole lot in here, which is nice. So I'm just going to delete those for now. Okay. All right, let's just tighten that up a little bit. So we've covered save and export settings and reference images, prefabs. So if you want to import an existing 3D model, say you have say an engine and you want to build a car around it, you can bring that 3D model in. If you have an existing facade and you want to build the rest of the architecture around it, you can, and it's really nice. They do have some built-in prefabs which are really nice, so I'll demonstrate these, and then you can also go into your model imports and actually bring models in. If you're on the Quest, you can go to the web browser, the landing pad there, and actually upload images, models, and then on the Quest, you can just download those from the cloud with Wi-Fi, which is really great. So we have 2 mannequins here. So if I use again, you can see they're actually 3D objects within the UI itself. So using the grab sphere on the drawing hand, you can intersect there and you can just pull the character out. Okay. Now, at the moment, we've just arbitrarily brought them in, and you can scale them and you can place them around like this. But if you want to bring them in at 1:1 scale, which is really useful, if you want to do anything scaled, you have this prefab preview box just to the right of the UI. So if we grab one of the mannequins and actually drop it in, and it'll go green once you do, and all you have to do is intuitively just let go of the grip button. And what that'll do is that'll give you a transparent preview of what a standard human scale is within the space. Okay, so here we have a series of different options. We can change the rotation and we can change the scale, but we can also locate and zoom in to where it is, and you can zoom to that 1:1 scale. So that is the size of a foot in relation to me. So if you wanted to do a shoe, you could have the whole person in there if you wanted to. So we'll just click the blue tick to import. You can hit the cross to cancel, and there that will place the mannequin at 0,0,0 in the scene at the correct scale, which is always a really good place to start from. And the beauty of Gravity Sketch is that you can zoom really far out. So if you wanted to actually draw something in the scene on a huge scale, you can do. So and you can go even further out. And similarly, you can zoom in very, very far into the user, into the mannequin, and actually do stitching on garments if you wanted to. So it's an extremely powerful tool, very flexible and intuitive. But once you've placed this mannequin, the T-pose is good, but we actually want to put a bit of life into the character. So using your drawing hand with the grab sphere, if you intersect the mannequin, it'll go purple. You can grab that person. But on your non-drawing hand, we have 2 new buttons come up that the same buttons but different options. So we have the blue button. If we press that will
go into edit mode. And this works for the mannequins, but this also works for strokes and surfaces for you to actually go back and edit the vertices. And then we've also got this join tool, which is the purple one. So if we have two objects that I've drawn, okay, I can pick one up individually, but if I pick both up and then I hit the purple button, that will actually group them together, and we have those there. You can break that group at any time as well by holding the items with the grip button. Whilst you're still holding, hit the purple button, and then you can separate those out, which is really nice. Okay, so what we want to do is grab the mannequin. As soon as you hit the blue button, he'll snap back to the position he was in before, and you can now see we've got these green points. Now, these green points allow, again, with the grab sphere on your drawing hand, allow you to actually come in and using rigged inverse kinematics, you can see there that we've actually we can actually start to pose the person quite nicely, which is cool. So yeah, you've I don't know back problems, but you can actually start to really play around with this. Yeah, oh, that looks painful. Let's do that. So there's a couple of other options. You'll notice now on the joystick, now we're in edit mode of the mannequin. On the joystick, on the right hand the drawing hand, if we go left and right, you can see that we have now more blue dots. Now this actually allows you to edit more precisely each of the joints of this mannequin, including fingertips and knuckles. So again, with the grab sphere, we'll zoom in a little bit here, you can actually grab, and as you grab it, you can see as I rotate the controller, you can see the type of movement and control. So you can actually get some very, very accurate positions, which is really quite cool. So I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but he is in that position like that. And then you can actually come and zoom in. And this is what I mean about the scale. I mean, you can see the size of my controllers. Those are the size of my hands. And we can actually come in and adjust on such a small detail here. And you can see that the dots will go a darker blue when the grab sphere intersects. So even when the controller is within the geometry, you can actually still see when you have when that grab sphere is over that there, and you just hold the grip button and then off you go. And you really do get a sense of scale with this. It feels like I'm right next to the hand of a giant because of how zoomed in we are. So again, just using the grip buttons, bringing them together. And once you're happy with the pose, whatever pose that is, you can hit the blue button, and again, that'll then exit out of edit mode, and you have then all of the original actions on those buttons. So and at any point you can grab the person and rearrange them, and it looks like he's falling. So yes, that's the mannequin tool, which is really nice, and you can place them throughout your scene to give scale, but also if you're doing ergonomics, for example, or any kind of industrial design, if you want to build a trolley, for example, that has to be a certain height, you can come in and actually start to build proportions based on that mannequin and real world proportions, which is great. One question. Hello. Okay, good question. So when you import a model, so we'll do that next, and I will cover that question then. So basically, the question was, when you bring in a model, will you be able to get those edit points? And it depends on the type of model that you bring in. If you bring in a model that maintains sort of NURBS and surfaces, then yes. Like if you bring in a Rhino file or a .iges file, you can continue editing those points in here like this. Normally, and what I use it for is that when I import a model, let's just there's loads of things in here. You've got shoes, you've got hands. So you'll see the object there, but you have to click it once and it'll actually load. And then once you see the model, you can come in and actually place that guy there. We're not going to do that now. So let me answer the question. So if I, for example, wanted to bring in a model, let's bring in one of these guys. Let's click this. That's loading in. Okay. So now that I've brought this model in, you can see what it looks like. So this is one of those NFT sculptures. So we brought that in. What you can do is you can change the colors and the materials really nicely. So you can make sure that you let go of that button on the right bit, which is nice. But when I come here and I go to edit mode, no, you don't get those points. You can try and convert it. Do you see this here? This button here is subdivision. Whenever you see that sort of soft box with the grid on it, and you can see here, that's too many vertices and polys. So you have to have a mesh that's got under 10,000 vertices to be able to convert and use it. So it does depend on the types of geometry that you're bringing in. You can also mirror it as well, which is nice. You can toggle that on and off. But no, you can't. A lot of geometry you won't be able to edit when you bring it in. Okay, so I'm just going to select that. But it's great as a reference. So if you wanted to then, I've just changed the orientation of it, but actually I want to come in and actually say, I really don't like this bit here. We need to change this. You can come in and actually mark that up, which is great. So we'll get rid of that. And then back to the prefabs. So I'm just going to delete that guy and come back. So we have a mannequin. So if you're doing garments, if I spin that around, you can then start to actually create really gesturally, which is nice. And again, if you switch sort of mirror on now, you can actually get some, you want something a bit thicker as well. You can really start to play with the space and being able to just move. Like it's so different from drawing on a flat surface. Even if you're using something like ZBrush and you have a huge screen, you're still having to go to this view, draw something, go to the front view, and then go, actually, no, I want it to be like this. Here, there is a real depth to it so that I know how far I'm pushing a line or the controller through the space. So you can do some really nice stuff. And once you get used to the position and the depth, you can do you get really cool stuff with it. And at any point you can grab it and place it wherever you like, which looks really nice, like that. So there are lots of options with this. So I'm going to delete all of that, mirror off, back to prefabs, and to toggle the mannequin is something you can't grab and you can't move, you can't manipulate. So that's just a toggle on and off. So if you wanted to do different dress iterations, for example, what you would do is you draw whatever you want to draw, and this is smart move, which we'll come to later. You can actually move that off into the distance and then continue doing a different option, so that you can actually build a line of iterations as you go, and then presentation wise you can walk through those, which is really nice. So we'll toggle that off, but we've also got a face, which is really nice for coming in and doing headdresses, headsets, anything that you want to be created. You've got so much potential, and it's just nice to have the forms there to work with and actually build around, which is really nice. And if you want to 3D print something, you can bring in a scan of your own head, for example. That's also been done. I've seen that. That looks really good. You've also got a rigged chassis, which is really nice for obviously automotive design. So it's parametric. So this rig it's inbuilt to Gravity Sketch, and it's really nice for just coming in and being able to start to play around with a chassis. And obviously it's got the dimensions there, but you've also got a lot of options here that you can start to play around with, type in dimensions, which is really nice. So we're going to make that. Yeah, it's great, really nice. So tick, and you've got different defaults in there. And when we're done, we can lock it, or we can actually delete the chassis and say yes. Really useful tools. Okay, so those are the mannequins. Time. Cool. And then import models, as I've shown, you can just bring in whatever you like. So for me to have done the little showroom that I've done before, I brought in previous Gravity Sketch models into here, which is really nice. And like everything else, this can also be teared off whilst you're continuing to work. Okay, so we've done prefabs, layer manager. So only a few left, but on here, I'll turn this off into the scene. So you can see each of the layers are here. Okay. On each of the layers, you have a visibility slider. Okay, so this here is I've got them on a scene here, like so. I've got you've got a lock and unlock, and when it's locked, I can't obviously grab it, but once it is unlocked, you can then grab it and move it around. What you can do once something's grabbed, you can once you're grabbing it here, you can, to change the layer, all you do is pick up the object, and where the grab sphere is, it'll highlight in green. If I were to let go, that then drops it into that layer there, which was invisible. So yeah, so I'm just going to undo that, put that guy back. Cool. So that then allows you to do this, but also if I'm on my current layer is going to be the light gray one. So whichever one I click, it'll tell you if the one that it is active is invisible or not. But what you can do, if I only want to show you, if I want to basically hide everything really quickly, you can just hit the magnifying glass icon, toggle solo layer, and that then basically hides everything nice and easily for you, which is great. And then you can cancel that solo mode, which again, being able to bounce back to that environment is also really nice. There's also a nice feature as well that when you highlight, if you put your grab sphere, this is a new feature, over the layer name, it'll actually highlight the items in the scene for you. So yes, you guys can see that the purple and red are there, highlighting based on the layers. You can check what's on certain layers without having to go through and turn them on, turn them off. So that's super handy. And it also gives you a little readout of the number of elements as well. So yes, you can move layers around. You can grab it, and you can just using the grab tool, you can pick up a layer, and you can see that I can place that anywhere. You can click on the text, and that will open up a keyboard. So you can actually come in and start to type and change the name, for example. Okay, and then we'll start to switch these guys on. So let's lock the scene file, make that R active, and then we can go through and start to switch all of these guys back on. Cool. I'll also put a roof in here if I zoom out, just to show you guys the kinds of forms that you can create, which we'll get to very shortly with the tools, which is quite a nice parametric form, and it really does it adds nice shadows on the floor, and it really does give a nice feel to the space. We've got there, a nice atmosphere. You can also find active layer, create a new layer, tells you how many you've got there. Okay, and then one thing that's really nice, I think we're going to just do the 3D items for now. Hide that, and just to demonstrate the next tool, let's make you active. Yeah, cool. You can't draw on a locked layer, you have to unlock it. So on the menu then, we've done all of them apart from the last two, which is orthographic viewport, which is desktop only, and then we've actually got the learn, which is really nice. So just to show you what this is, if I bring this over here, if you're wanting car elevations or elevations of a building, as you can see here, this does exactly what it says on the tin. You've got a nice top view, and what you can do is you can grab any parts of the box. Essentially, it adds a bounding box to the extents of your whole Gravity Sketch scene and puts an orthographic camera there, which is really nice. You can pull these out like that and actually use them as a reference. And so if I were to move something in the space, this will update, and it's dynamic. And again, you can grab them and put them back. You can auto update the bounds. So if I were to draw in this space, you can now see that that's now been included in the scene, and that's now enlarged up there. Okay, and then the last is the tutorials, the learning. So in here, which is really nice, they've got lots of videos for you to actually watch in Gravity Sketch, which is nice if you're just on your quest, sat on the sofa and you're wanting to learn, or you've got actual exercises. So this will load up an actual scene and actually help teach you as well, which is really nice. Workflows, and then you can actually bring in your own videos in here, which is really nice. So if you download this recording, you can import this in, and you can go back and scrub through at your leisure for this here. So I'm not just going to show you the tools of Gravity Sketch. I will go through and demonstrate some techniques as well for what I've used Gravity Sketch for in the past. Things like this, the process of creating these forms and how to constrain these in a nice way and get some nice crisp edges. I'll also go through and demonstrate this sculpture here. I've named fluidity, which is a really nice technique, very gestural. And if I show you here, if I put everything on, let's get rid of this. You can see here what we've done. So I took this 3D model. This is the Gravity Sketch model here. And it's because I can come into here, I can then hit the edit button, the blue button on my non-drawing hand, and you can see we have access to all of the points, and I can still come in and stretch those points, which is really nice. I've turned the mirror off, so this is you can now make that asymmetrical. So for me to undo what I've done, I have to be in edit mode for that object, and then I can click the blue button to do that. And then here, this is a really nice way of demonstrating it. Exported the model, did some renders, and then actually brought them back into Gravity Sketch. So you can actually come in and have a look and interrogate the renders. You can come in and start to mark up and do whatever you like with that there. And it's nice. There's a really intuitive tool as well. When you use the grip button as you're placing these images, it'll actually snap to the surface a little bit as well, which is very handy. And then here, the black and gold marble, what I've done is I took that model, UV mapped it, brought it into Substance, and then what I've done is I've actually brought that Substance model with the UVs and the textures back in here, which is really nice to be able to actually get a look at the textures and actually interrogate. And the beauty is that you can scale this up to any size and you can just essentially get in the sculpture, which is really, really nice to be able to change scale so rapidly and actually play around all sorts of different levels. And using a similar technique to that, I created this here. It's a bit too exaggerated. I need to dial it down a little bit, but it's exactly the same process that we have here, which is nice. And then the other piece here, this starts off as one object that you then array, and then a really nice technique of being able to move multiple vertices at once with a fall off with the grab sphere. So there is a technique to get an inner sphere and actually a fall off so that you edit more points and further away from where you're grabbing. So that's the little scene that I put together, and I brought in a texture as well. So as you saw before, when I brought in a reference image, here's a really nice little tip as well. So if I were to just draw something here like this and come over, hit the color wheel, you can see here that I can actually, those images that I brought in before, you can actually now use them as materials. So you could see before I had the renders came in, you can see that we've got that there. So a really nice way to demonstrate this. If I go to the reference images, and I do have slightly further on, let's get a nice, so marble texture. Okay, as soon as you brought it into the scene, whenever you select a bit of geometry with the grab sphere, pressing the color wheel on your left button, you now have this. So now, now that's selected, that is now the material I'm sketching with. And as I move through the space, that is actually stretching the texture. And sadly, you can't change the actual texture position, or what's called as a UV map. And a UV map is essentially, this 2D plane has two axes, the U and the V. And essentially, when you have the net of a cube, you can dictate which what textures go to which surface. So this is why we do this in Substance and unwrap it, like to get that net of a cube with more complex shapes outside of Gravity Sketch, and then bring them in. But this is nice to, if you use a different tool like the surfacing tool, you can actually see, you can start to play with a wave of marble, which is great. And again, PNGs, if there's a hole in this or a jagged edge, that'll show up really nicely as well. Okay, so questions. How can you change the direction of the mirror plane? You can't. Sadly, at the moment, the mirror plane is the mirror plane and it stays on that axis, and there's nothing really you can do about it. It stays on the red axis that you see there, and then sadly that's it. So you have to have that in mind when you're coming into Gravity Sketch. If you create something that's asymmetrical in Gravity Sketch and then you want to continue, you can move the object to this side of the mirror plane, to this side, and then you can switch on mirror later. So if I were to come to ink tool, so with mirror on, you can create something like this. When you grab it, you can see it is still mirrored. So let's turn mirror off. Mirror off. So we draw something, and then what you can do, if you've drawn something, but actually you've done it over here and you now want to mirror it, you bring it to this side of the red axis. Okay, that's why it's useful to have the world axis on just when you're starting. Switch the mirror on. Okay, then every time you continue, it'll be mirrored. But for this object, you can select the object, and in edit mode, which we'll come to, you can edit the points, which is really nice. And we'll come to that, but there is a toggle for mirrored here. So as soon as you switch that on, that'll mirror the whole thing perfectly. Okay, you're very welcome. So that's that there. And so if you do have the mirror tool on, do have the mirror style set to auto scale, or at least fixed, just so you can see where it is. And hopefully you guys can see that very faint sort of glass pane, opacity pane there, which is cool. All right, the orthographic view is a new tool and desktop. Yes, it is desktop only. Relatively new. Yes, it is. It's good. Right, how are we doing for time? 4:20. Okay, great. So that's basically, I'd like to say, not the boring stuff, but the stuff that you will need to know, just so you know how to navigate all the settings that you've got here. We also have the tool belt, which I'll demonstrate very quickly on how to get to it. We will use the tool belt after we've gone through the tools that we have here, because the tool belt is another way of editing all of these tools that we've got here. And although there only looks like that there's only 7 options here, actually you can actually click on any of these, and there's a whole sub menu for each of these, which is really nice. So there's loads of options in here, lots to do, and yeah, really good stuff. Okay, so the tool belt, if I just zoom the scene out like this, the tool belt essentially, let's actually, I'm just going to hide everything again. Currently, let's just keep it nice and simple. So the tool belt, essentially, what you have to do is use the grip, use the grip, not your left, not the non-drawing hand or the non-dominant hand. You don't use that grip. You use the drawing hand grip. At any point, you grip, okay, without anything selected in your scene. If you hold the grip with something selected, you'll just move that item throughout the space, okay? What you need, I'm going to change the color of this a little bit so that we've got see what we're doing, and I'm going to change it to be reflective. Cool. Basically, holding the grip on your drawing hand and by your waist. If you sweep your arm from right to left, holding the grip button, you'll see the tool belt. Then you do the reverse to put it away, or you can do from left to right. There's the tool belt, and then do the opposite to put it away. So we have a series of tools in front of us, and they're all really useful for different things. Some of them are quite obvious, but we will come back to this tool belt. There's things like precision move, randomize, but we need some geometry to work with. And one really crucial thing about Gravity Sketch, which makes it so nice and quick and easy to be able to ideate and create shapes and forms really nicely and really easily, is whenever you grab an item with the grab sphere, okay, and you're moving it through the space, if you hit the trigger on your drawing hand whilst holding an item, it'll place a copy of it. So you can, just by basically firing the trigger button several times whilst moving your hand and the controller through the space, you can very quickly start to generate as many shapes or items as you wish. You can use the grab sphere, you can grab some of them, you can go in and grab one of them, and you can very quickly and easily start to arrange items in a space. And you can see why Gravity Sketch has been so adopted by concept artists, a lot of them very quickly and easily, because it's so quick and easy to go through and place forms, place shapes, and just get a real feel for the space. So that's a really nice way of coming in and actually fleshing out volumes and forms. So say we really like that shape, whatever that is, this sketch that we've done here. If I want to, we mentioned it before, but group all of them, you can come here and actually grab them as a whole, and then on the left hand you can edit, or you can group. Edit is the blue button, and then group is the purple one. As soon as you group that, it's now one item. You can go in, you can explode it and go in and edit all the individual ones as well. But whilst it's here, you can also go into edit mode and you can switch off mirrored. It's only done it for the one, but yes, if you have one item that's mirrored and you're really happy with how it is, you can come into here and you can actually bake the mirrored. So you can come here and say, right, bake that, please. And now that is not mirrored anymore. Then you can grab the items, group them, and then you can actually move those off to the side and say, well, that's iteration 1, here's iteration 2. Because if you were to move it whilst it's mirrored, you can see that it's moving it further away from the mirror plane. And then again, once you've got this, you can always group it, move those items in a bit more, and then once you've finished, you'll have to then regroup it again to maintain that shape. So you can do some really nice things. So I mentioned it previously before about Smart Move, so I'll demonstrate that very quickly. But essentially, it all depends on the orientation of your controllers to one another. So if I want to move this guy in the green axis, so vertically, all you have to do is have the item within the grab sphere and then hold the drawing hand controller vertically, and you bring the non-drawing hand underneath but also vertically, and you can see that green line appear, and you can see actually on the controller the XY axis, XYZ axis gizmo comes up. And as soon as you've got that there, you can then use the grip button on your drawing hand, and then that will then initiate a vertically locked movement. And you can see this millimeter readout, which is a thing I've switched on. And when it gets to whole numbers, I get a little bit of a haptic nudge, and you can see it's actually snapping. So I've now moved that precisely 1 meter down, which is really nice for precision creation and precision moving as it goes. So similarly, you can do the same thing with this axis. and with that one there. So that is Smart Move, which in the settings under Sketching Aid is this option here. I have it set to XYZ. Off, it does nothing. And then if you move it to all directions, what this does is it allows you can see in the gray, I can do a very strange angle, but I can actually constrain it in that particular that line there, which is really nice. So you can move things around. So the biggest concern initially with Gravity Sketch was that's the only way to move things, and suddenly you're having to manually line up as it goes, but you can actually precisely move things really nicely as well. So let's do some fun stuff. Let's go through the tools. So I'm going to turn mirror off, and what I'm also going to do is I'm going to set up a third-person camera. I don't know if it's been nauseating for you, but basically we can set up a third-person camera so that you can actually, it's a static scene. So I'll just do that really quickly and grab a quick drink as well. So what I've done is set to external camera, and this is on Gravity Sketch desktop. If you hit escape, you can actually select what you've got here. You can hide the UI, etc., etc. And then what you have to do is, using the arrow buttons on the keyboard, I have a digital keyboard in front of me, I can now also grab the camera. You can't see, but I've actually grabbed a virtual camera, and I'm now going to place that in the scene here. So now, if I come around like this, you can now see me here. So, hello, which is really nice. And this is more what it's like when you join in VR with someone as well. You can actually get to see. So what I'm going to do is actually place this, and it looks like I'm stood in a studio space. So I'll keep the stage floor on for you, which is nice. But I'm actually going to place the camera there where you are in my office, so you can see that we've got there. And now I can talk to you, and I can actually demonstrate the tools quite nicely, and I can move my head around plenty without. I'm going to just hit escape again to hide that. Cool. So now you can actually see the space. Yeah. Okay, right. I'm just going to check. Quick drink. 1 second. Okay, the stream lags when the scene is heavy. Okay, that's good to know. Yes, you'll be able to join the not the Zoom in VR, but you'll be able to join me in Gravity Sketch at the end, potentially, if you have a VR headset. Yes, there is no Zoom app on the Oculus Store. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to say, I've answered that, answered that, answered that. Cool. All right, you'll have to forgive the VR face. Right, okay. So we'll go through the tools and show you different ways of creating geometry. Okay. And then we'll have a look. So I'll just get nice and comfy. Okay, so hello, here we go. Let's go through the tools. So I can turn this around and actually show you here. So the first one is the ink tool, and then we've got the ink tool. So when this is what I've been drawing with at the moment, and all that this does is adds a really nice pinch or a taper to the shape as I draw it there, which is quite nice. And again, using the blue button on your non-drawing hand whilst you're holding the object with your drawing hand, you can go into edit mode, and you can actually see control points. So if I change the color of this And actually, I'm going to change you to clay. And I'm actually going to change you to just a nice light gray like that. Cool. Then when you edit, you can see the different control points. So although I've drawn a stroke in the air in front of me, which is great with no gravity, really, really nice. I can move the scene as well like that. You with your grab sphere on your drawing hand, you can actually come up and actually start to move these points around, which is really nice. So you can actually change the shape once you've drawn it, which something that Adobe Medium, I find it's part of the software where you draw something, and if it's not right, you delete it and then you draw it again. And the beauty of Gravity Sketch is that you can come back and actually edit what you've already drawn. And these control points are on almost all of the tools. So you have quite a lot of power to come in and work on this. So when you actually put the grab sphere over the object, you also get, if I stand here, you'll actually see you've got a couple of buttons on the thumbstick that allow you that if you're holding the object, you can actually increase the thickness going left, going right on that joystick, and then left thins that item out, which is really cool. But also, if you press up, that'll actually pinch. You can see the point goes square. If I bring that a little closer, for you, you can actually see that point has now gone completely square, pinching that, and then you can loosen that there. So although the control point is there, you're actually changing the tension of that point, which is really nice. That you can have some, you can get some really interesting effects playing around with this here, with those tools there. And so actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the scene around and have you sort of over my shoulder here, so I can see you there. So when we go to the ink tool and we click the, let's bring you there, we have quite a lot of options. All you have to do is using the trigger finger on the menu, the stick will appear, hit the trigger on the drawing hand, and you'll get this box. You can also tear this off, which is nice, which we'll do. We'll tear that off there so I'm not constantly holding it. And then here we've got lots of different options. We have speed, this pressure, or we've actually got taper as different options. So based on how fast you sketch determines the thickness of that stroke. So really quickly, that goes like that. Okay, nice. All right. Is this stream nice and smooth with only a few items in there? If someone can drop me a thumbs up, that would be great. Yes, you can thicken the shape of the points, and can one easily align all the edit points along an axis? Yes. So I'll show you how to draw an item so that the vertices and edit points are all on one axis. Okay, thank you, Jerome, for that. Cool. So we can grab any of these items and let's get rid of that. So each of these have a different way of interacting with them. So pressure, then you can actually use, I'll try and demonstrate here. If I do the trigger at half capacity, you can see it's a little thinner, whereas if I do it at full capacity, it's thicker, or like a full pressure, if you like. So really nice use of the trigger that you've got there, and lots of different options. So I like the taper. That's just nice, a stylistic thing for me. But also you have this whole square here actually determines the actual profile of what you're drawing with. So if I drag it along the line, you're changing the size. Okay, so that's a large sphere. If I drag that down to here, that's a small sphere. Now, if I drag this over to here, we now actually have a ribbon shape. Okay, and I'll try and draw something to demonstrate what that looks like. And the beauty is, once you've drawn something, you can come back and actually edit it. So if I'm going to draw something like this, a nice simple sketch, and actually pop this back to there. Now, if I grab this and hit the blue button and go into edit mode, I'm gonna have to turn that off again. But now what I can do is I can change the profile of the whole shape after it's been drawn. So now you can see the ribbon, especially from your camera angle, you can see that depth there, which is really nice. So if you just want to start really quickly and gesturally sculpting, you don't just have to do it as a black line sketch. You can actually start to gesturally sculpt, and you can see here that I'm changing that profile in the other direction. So if I start to move this around, you can see how that's done there. You can also change the stroke, if I put that back to here, to square and also diamond shaped, which really nice, adds a really nice edge to that shape that I've created there. And there's also, if you don't like the orientation or you want to change the orientation, you can see on the thumbstick, again, there's always check the buttons and the joysticks whenever you're doing something different in Gravity Sketch, because there'll be so many different options available too. So if you hit left on the drawing hand joystick, okay, or go to the right or left on the joystick whilst you're in edit mode of this ink object, you'll see these blue triangles. Now this is the vector direction of the object, and you can see as I start to move this here, you can actually see that I'm changing the direction here, and you can see that it's painted blue of the direction of that vector. So you can actually create a really nice twisting pattern here of that guy, and all I've done is just drawn through 3D space. And we've managed to get something like this. So you actually have a lot more control over how that item looks and behaves there. So there's a few other things here. You can have a repeated texture or a stretch texture, which is really nice. You've got end caps. You can switch planar on and off, which I'll demonstrate in just a second. Auto scale, so you can have it where you get a constant brush scale. Low poly, which is nice if you just want to put some stuff down. Yeah, and you've also got more of those options there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place that there, delete this. And so what we can do is I'll demonstrate the polar symmetry first, because this is really cool. So you'll notice now it'll always be through this central green axis, okay? That this will happen, because essentially what we're doing is we're picking how many items we want to draw around the central axis. So if we do 6, I can then, I can move through the space, okay? So I can just very quickly create something like this, which is really nice to be able to come in and actually draw in so many planes at once. So I'm going to get rid of this, and yeah, I'll pull you back just a little bit. So at any point you can grab these and move them around. You can delete them, but you can then draw really nicely. Yeah, so that is the polar symmetry. Quite standard with a lot of softwares, but it's nice to be able to do something. So if I just do a nice simple shape like this, bring it down a bit more, you can actually then edit this. So blue button on the non-drawing hand, you can come in and then you can actually edit this after the fact, which is really nice to be able to come in and start to really manipulate the shapes and the forms. And then at any point you can just bake this. You can bake the polar symmetry, and then you can continue to work in a non-symmetrical way. So if I wanted to say bake the polar symmetry, these are now separate objects, but I can grab all of them if I change the tool. So now what I can do is I can group all of them by putting the grab sphere around all of them. If they all highlight red, grab them, group, and then I can just move that off, and then we can continue working, which is nice. But also I'll demonstrate this technique later as well. But if you want to edit multiple points at once, which is really nice, if you press and hold the blue item the blue button whilst you're grabbing them, you can actually see all of the control points of everything that you've got selected, whether it's grouped or not. So now what you can do is you can now move, and you can see the points that I will have selected if I hit the grip button have all gone black. So I'm just going to select these ones at the top, and I just want to move those sort of asymmetrically off to the side, for example. Okay, so really nice that you can grab multiple points at once. One of the downsides to Gravity Sketch is you can't say, for instance, what you can't do. I'll just bring you a little closer. Okay, something like that. What you can't do is you can't grab, say, this vertice, this vertice here, and this vertice over here, for example. You can't grab both at once. You can't make a selection. You can only grab, say, the ones that are accessible from the grab sphere. And that's just how that works at the moment. I don't know if there's any plans to change any of that. But that's really nice to be able to come in and actually be able to grab items and actually start to change the shape after the polar symmetry has happened. Also, another technique as well, if you were to say get a large, if you want to change if you're in this edit mode, the multi-point edit mode, if you hold the grip button on your drawing hand and pull the joystick down, you'll get this inner sphere. And now this creates a fall off, so that essentially everything within the inner sphere will move as you move, and everything in the outer sphere will move less based on the distance from the center. Okay, so if I make that nice and big and then hold the grip to change using the same thumbstick up and down, I can now grab these and it'll move in a smoother motion. Okay, I'll make that a bit smaller. So anything that's in the outer sphere will move ever so slowly, like these points here. But the ones over here will move as much as I'm moving. I'll demonstrate. So that's the technique I used for one of the sculptures that I'll demonstrate shortly. So that's the ink tool. Lots of options on there. End caps. Basically, you can finish the shape when it comes round. One thing I do want to show you is the planar tool, which is really nice. So once you activate planar, you'll notice that I can only draw on the central plane, which is actually following that red axis line there. So that means that I'm now only able to draw on that flat plane. Okay, if I actually bring you around to the side a little bit, you'll be able to see that a little bit better. Okay, so I'm now only able to draw on that flat surface. So that can be super handy if you want to bring in a sketch. You can place an image there and you can actually then start to sketch over that with 3D lines and 3D shapes, and then you can actually grab these items and move them away from that plane. But what's also really nice is you don't have to draw on that flat surface on that axis. If you want to basically create a nice big sort of angled drawing board in front of you, I'm going to push you guys back over to here. Basically, with the non-drawing hand, if you hold the trigger completely, you will actually be able to change this drawing plane. So now I've put it at an angle that's probably about 45 degrees, and you can now start to draw on that shape. And you can see here by the distance of the shadow that this is closer to the ground than this point is here. And then if I actually do the same thing but show you from this angle, that I'm now just drawing on that plane there. If you half hold the trigger on your non-drawing hand, that will allow you to actually snap it to an axis. It'll actually, it does like that's a 45 degrees, You can snap it to the ground. You can snap it to half. You can see you'll get a little green. Can you see that? Yeah. You see just above the controller on that plane, a little green. There you go. So that is telling you that that plane is now perfectly parallel to that axis there. And then you can start to draw on this. So that's really nice. You can make it really small, and you can actually start to write within that space. And it works kind of like a laser pointer. It doesn't matter if your controller's here or really far away. So really useful is that planar tool. So, all right. So we're going to turn that off for now. Let's go to here, turn planar off. Cool. All right, so I'm just going to come back into the space a little bit and show you. Let's have a look. All right, so we have covered the ink tool. I'm now going to just go to nice black, very dark color, make it nice and large. Cool. All right, so we've covered the ink tool. The stroke tool is very similar, but it doesn't taper. Okay, so a lot of what I've already covered is in here. You can come in here pressing the blue edit button on your non-drawing hand, come in and you can edit. These are the options that you have available to you. You can reset the thickness if you're going around pressing right on some of these. You can change the thickness of them. You can come here and reset that. You can turn mirror on. Another really nice thing is simplify the points. So if you were drawing something that was really complicated and actually I only want, say, 4 points from this, you just click that and that'll actually reduce the number of points, and then you can come in and using the up direction on the thumbstick to actually come into here and actually tighten those up to get the same effect with less points. Okay, so if any of you are familiar with Illustrator, we do have, or Rhino, you've got these sort of nice NURB control points or spline control points here. You can also reset those weights as well with that button, which is nice. Loop in the U-axis is really nice. So if you definitely knew that you were drawing something that needs to finish where it started, then you can hit that loop. Otherwise, that just does that. End caps actually produces something on the ends of the caps, otherwise it's hollow. And then mirrored, obviously mirror it. And snapping is really nice. So if you are bringing in an object or importing a 3D model, like we were mentioning before, you can actually, enabling this, let me bring that, put that back. Let's get rid of the stage floor. Put that back up. Something like that. You guys see that a bit better. Cool. So, basically, now that I've lined that up, what the snap tool does, so if I draw another piece of geometry, you can essentially snap your splines or these control points of the spline onto an existing surface that you've brought in. So or you can come in, I'm just going to draw a surface here, for example, and I now want to conform this line to that surface. I just make this white, for example, go to edit mode. With snap here, you've got two options. You can have points that snap to other objects and splines, or points that snap to only other points. So now, as if I do just point to point, you can see here, as I grab this, these control points of that surface go red, and you can see that they snap, and they go blue once they've snapped, which is really nice. So I'm just going to grab some more of these and pin them on as we go. So you can now actually make this follow that shape, but similarly you can also do surfaces as well, which I'm getting a bit of haptic feedback. As soon as that point touches the surface, it snaps, You see it pulls it in, and I get a little buzz on the controller, which is really nice. So you, after the fact, you can come in and start to place splines on surfaces, which is really nice. So if I were to pick this up and actually show you guys that is, it's dead on the surface there, which is really nice. Cool. So we're not gonna use the surface tool just yet. So we get rid of that. So the snapping tool, really useful for that there. So we've also got a different couple of options for the stroke. So you've got point mode, which allows you to, go back to black. You click a point here and then click your second point. You'll see that it doesn't actually follow that second point. If I draw this a bit closer. Okay, so if I start with one point here, second point, and then the third point over there, and then to finish, use the trigger on your left on your non-drawing hand. That'll finish the sketch, and then in edit mode, you can see that it's just another method for drawing points if you're used to that method. And then we have projection mode. So before, where we had a surface, for example, and I want to just draw on that surface in white, you can actually use project mode, and you can see it acts like a laser pointer and actually follows that surface. So you can just, I don't condone that this is good design, but that's one way to actually draw completely flat on that surface, which is really cool. It's not parametric in any way, so if I go into the surface edit mode and I start putting that surface around, you can see that it's not going to follow it. It's very manual, but you can go in and then you put the snap on and then actually then move those back to those points. So it's not parametric, but it does allow you to actually append items to the surface. And that is basically it for the stroke tool. A lot has already been covered in the ink tool. Okay, so now we'll move on to revolve, which is the third one down here. So the revolve tool, you've got a couple of options here. So you've got point mode, but mixed input is the default. You can change the thickness and how much of that is visible. And then you've also got different sided objects. You can change the poly count, etc. I'm going to just put this over here for a minute. Now, the revolve tool, if I place it, again, half a pull on the non-dominant hand will allow you to actually place the central point. Now I'm going to put that straight on there, which is really useful. And essentially, the revolve tool, you can see that there's this little ribbon, and it's constrained to wherever my controller is. So essentially, the revolve tool, like with a lot of other softwares, but this allows you to, if I click and hold, I'll just demonstrate, and move my controller through the space, you can see that this will just start to surface wherever I move the controller. Okay, so this, I'm going to then scale that down, and then I'll then grab the object. You can see the shape that I've made, and then hit the edit tool, and then you'll actually be able to see some points. Now, what I'm going to do, try and move that around and show you the edit points. So you can see these edit points, they follow the profile, and you can grab multiples of them, and you can actually start to play with the shape and actually pull this here. I'm going to change this to a white, and then I'm going to change surface contours that we mentioned previously, and do that constantly so that you'll always see whenever we're surfacing or playing around with geometry, you'll be able to see that working there. So, okay, fail review is fine. And so now back into edit mode, you can come in and you can start to really play with each of these. And again, like before, we have mirror. We've got simplify the points, which is really useful. I'll just click that. We can come to a subdivision modeling, which we'll come to later, reset the weights, low poly, which is quite useful if you want low poly. You don't want it smooth, you can mirror, snap, and then you can also come in and automatically change how many sides there are just by clicking these. You can see how that changes there, which is quite nice. So very quickly you can actually start to create some very interesting shapes right out the gate, and you can then see what that looks like there. But if I go back to edit mode, if I just put it back to here, I can actually show you the thickness. And the best way to show this is if I actually wind this down, you can actually start to reveal the inside. And you can see that it's just one surface. There's no thickness to this. They have recently added a feature to thicken objects or surfaces really quickly. So I'll demonstrate that later. But here, the thickness, if I just drag that down, you can see that this profile here on the right demonstrates how thick that is there, which is really nice. Hey Oleg, I'm glad you know about the snapping now. That's good. Well, can one easily align all the edit points along an axis? Yes, we'll come to that. That's cool. Nice. Cool. So yeah, you can see then what we've got there. So you can create some really nice shapes very quickly with this, and then it's mirrored over there as well. So yeah, cool. So come out of edit mode, and then yeah, we're happy with that. So again, you can change the axis by holding the left trigger button, and you can come down and change it to whatever axis you want. So if you want a really strange axis, you can go to town and do it at a strange axis. Half hold allows you to snap. So I want it to look like this, so we can. Cool. So that is the revolve tool. And then you can, after doing the revolve tool and then coming to edit, you can actually convert this, but I need to change the scene so that there's more space, and we'll start a new scene so that I can show you those tools. But essentially, that's the revolve tool. Not many options in there. Surface tool, which you've already seen me use. I'll just demonstrate what we've got here. So you've got the mixed input mode is using both controllers, so you'll need to press both triggers at the same time. I'll demonstrate. Both triggers at the same time. Well, if you just hold left, the non-drawing hand trigger here, you can see that it's drawing the profile between the two. So as I hold the trigger on my dominant hand and drag through space, that then creates a surface. And as you move your hands more dynamically, you can create some very nice surfaces very quickly, very strange surfaces. So that's one method. The next method, coming down, hitting the trigger to enter the settings. You can there's point-to-point mode, and you can actually bridge surfaces between two splines or two lines. So I can show you that. But this is essentially the tension. So if I crank that way up there and draw, you can see that I'm actually drawing with that profile. But you might not want that. So surface tool, you drag that initial tension down, and then you're actually drawing a flat plane. Okay, so there we go. So once we've done that, you can then come into edit mode like we've done before, and you can come in and edit all of the points. Similar buttons, we've got mirror, simplify the points, reset. You can loop the x-axis, loop the y-axis, mirror it, and then snaps as well. So you can come in, so you can create some continuous surfaces, which is nice. You can come in, you can also change, if you hit the thumbstick, you can also change the different interactions with this here, whether you're just controlling just the point, just the external profile, or the whole edge. So that's really nice. Okay, that's that. Let's delete that. And then the surface, so for the surfacing, you can do a 4-point surface as well. You can do it low poly as a subdivision surface, which this will come onto the subd tools shortly. But the subdivision surface, once subdivision is on, if you turn it off, it goes low poly. And just like other subdivision techniques, you essentially draw your low poly geometry, and then you add additional edge loops like this to tighten certain edges. So if I wanted to make this a nice tight point, you're actually doing so there. So again, we'll come to the subdivision tools shortly, but it does allow you to convert surfaces into subdivision, which is really nice. So when you draw, you've got a simplified option, NURBS, and then subdivision, but NURBS is the standard one. So if I were to demonstrate then quickly, if I were to draw two, I'll change all the settings back. If I were to draw well, let's just draw one shape like this, okay? And what I'm going to do is then I'm going to copy it. So I'm going to grab the shape, I'm going to hit the trigger once, and I'm going to move this over here like so. So now, if I go to the surface tool and I go bridge curves as the option, you click that guy there. And now, close this. What you have to do is holding the non-dominant trigger down. This will, as you bring that close to the line, you can see the snapping points. And then you can bring this one over to there, okay? And then what you do is you're already holding the non-dominant hand trigger down, hold your drawing hand trigger down, and then sweep your hands through. And then that will be constrained, that will follow that path. Again, it's not parametric, so you can pull this apart. You can, if I change this to a nice white, you'll see that a little bit better. If I were to stick these lines, for example, on a different layer, so if I bring the layer menu here, create a new layer, and I drag this line onto that layer, indicated by the green, and that's just intersecting the grab sphere into there. And then we'll do the same for this line here. Nope. So we'll undo that. If you miss it, make sure you hit the red button and undo it. And then, okay. Make sure it goes green, and that'll then snap back. And then, where's it gone? Okay, layer 2. Are they locked? No. Cool. Put that on there. Because I'm in solo mode. Yeah. But essentially, let's get rid of solo mode. Absolute chaos. And then we're going to do a new scene. But then you can basically change the transparency of that item. So you can actually turn off those lines at any point. So you can still keep them there, which is really nice. So we'll do this, and then to delete a layer, you just pull that out and then hit the red button. Don't think I mentioned that before. You then get a warning, and then yes, click delete. So, questions? Can you add creases to subdivision? Yes, that's what we'll do. If you want to save one creation, how's the save done? Polar mirror with the surface tool. Can you create a lattice modifier? To a few pieces of geo. So let me address some of these. Okay. Let's start from the top. Can you thicken a shape at points? So no, when you do, well, you can, but you have to bake the thickening side of things. So if I were to do, I'll show you the thickening when we come to it. Well, I'll show you how to do those points. Polar mirror on the with the surface tool. So no, you can't use polar symmetry on the surface tool yet. You can use, for the next tool we're going to be looking at is the volume tool. And the volume tool essentially lets you, just as you move through space holding the trigger, it fills that with a volume. So you can do flat volumes, or really great for doing rocks. If you just put lots of points in, you can create those kinds of things. But you can do polar symmetry for those guys. So you come to here, do polar symmetry, and because the previous axis was this before, you can actually start to create some nice shapes. If I show you the polar symmetry at this angle. Delete that. So you can really nicely come in and create some very cool, if you want nice futuristic hubs, sort of rims for a car, you can actually come in and do some really nice stuff with the volume tool with polar symmetry. So we'll turn that off. But when you grab an object, again, you can edit it. So let's pop the object closer to you, hit the edit button, and then you can come in and you can actually come in and edit this shape, which is really nice to be able to come in and do that as well. Same tools as before. You can convert to sub D, simplify the points, reset your thicknesses, snaps, profiles as well. So there's all sorts of great things. And I highly encourage you to, if you guys have a VR headset, to just download Gravity Sketch. It's free. Just jump in and start playing around with things. There's loads of great tools in here. One thing I didn't show you on the surface tool, if I draw a stroke, just a simple stroke, and you want to create a surface off of that stroke, you can with the surface tool, change material, and then use this surface from spline. Click this, and then again, same approach as before. To draw the surface, you need to come in, and then you can, just using that trigger hand, you just need to be near there. So as you can see, it'll come up with it picks up the profile, and then you just click and drag away from it, and that allows you. And as soon as you just click once, it'll stick to your controller. You can't move it. So what this allows you to do, if you click once, that'll add a nice edge loop there, and you can keep clicking, and that'll actually add those control points nicely. And once you're done, you'll have to hit the non-dominant hand trigger, and that'll then finish that shape for you. And like all the other surfaces, you can hit the edit tool and then come in and start to play around. If I pop this here, you can come in and start to grab multiple shapes, multiple vertices, and play around. Yeah, and you can come in and grab edges as well. You're hitting the thumbstick right on the thumbstick. You can then pull each of those edges up. So you can create really nice undulating shapes very quickly and very easily. I think that's the thing about Gravity Sketch is it's very quick to do everything in here. So cool. We've covered then the volume tool, and that's got a point mode, which I've already demonstrated. So now for the next 10 minutes, we'll cover the sub D tools and primitives and stuff, and then we'll do a little comfort break. So if you save one creation, how is that save done? So yes, let's just create something. Once you've created something and you're happy with it, you essentially go to the blue options button, and then you just click save. Now, if you have multiple items in your scene on your layers, whenever you click the save button, that will save everything to that file. So what I tend to do is I go into Blender or something like 3ds Max and actually remove the items that I don't want from there. You can duplicate the file. You can do a save as, delete everything else, and then just have this item. I'll show the export items. I'll show you the export options shortly, because we're going to export something. And then I'll show you how to take that into Substance. Okay, so that answers that one. Yes, increases the subdivision. We'll come on that. A lattice modifier to a few pieces of geometry. No, so you can't. No, you can't do that quickly. The best way would be to either you draw the splines first and then surface based on those splines, or you add the splines yourself afterwards. There's no specific lattice modifier. Oleg, sorry. Cool. So the last one of the tools on the list, the viewpoints, is something where you can save actual viewpoints. So you can see here, I now have a little window on my dominant hand, and you can actually create a viewpoint hitting the trigger button, and then you can actually have a camera point to go back to, and you can move that whenever you like as well. So that's useful. If you want to have certain rendered viewpoints that you want to keep going back to, you can click that and it'll take you to that camera view. So primitives, the last of the tools in the tool menu. So in here, you click that, and there are 3 different methods for placing a primitive in the scene. Okay, so the first one is using 2 hands. Next is via a central line, so you can use one hand to create that primitive, and then you or one-handed tool. So the central line goes through the middle, and that's the one-handed. So these are all the different primitives that you've got. You've got a soft cube, torus, plane, lots of primitives that are pretty standard in most software, and you can see which one is selected by the fact that it is gone yellow. And again, if you bring your dominant hand or drawing hand to the menu, you'll get a little stick, and the blue shows you what you're highlighting. Up here is the subdivision tool. So if you know that you're going to make a subdivision object, you can just click this straight away, and it'll gray out some of the primitives that you can't use as a base for subdivision, which is absolutely fine. Customize is really nice as an option. I'll demonstrate what that looks like. You also have a nice measuring tool and 3D text. So I'll show you very quickly how to do the cube with the 2 hands, and then we'll show you the sub-D tools. So I've got that selected. Just hit the purple button or the tools button on your non-drawing hand, and then holding the trigger down on your non-drawing hand, or just both triggers at the same time, you'll actually get a ghost object that you can see there. So as I move my controllers away from each other, that stretches it, and that stretches it vertically if I move them vertically. And then once you're happy, you just let go, and that then generates the shape based on what you've demonstrated. So it allows you to create primitives very quickly, and you can start to create some shapes very quickly, nice and easily, like that. Okay, when you grab a primitive and hit the edit tool, you don't get vertices, edges, and faces. You will only get that with a subdivision object. So what you can do with a primitive, it does scale it in both axes at the same time, both directions on the same axes at the same time, which is okay if you want to draw a nice big wall really quickly, or columns or whatever, but that's about it. You can convert to a sub-D element with that button there. You can also mirror it, which is quite nice. So you can start fleshing out zones and boxes and things like that, and then subdivision edit later. Let's go for some more primitives. Again, hold both triggers, and you'll get this guy here. Change the color, so at least you can see pyramid. Cool. So it's a nice way of being able to create shapes. I'm just going to move these off, and then what we do is show you the other options. So the central line means that it comes off of the axis. So I'm just going to set the axis with a half trigger on your non-drawing hand there, and then you can just off you go. So set that, and then use the drawing hand, and then you can essentially, a bit like the revolve tool, create the shape off of that axis there, which is fine, and you can just keep hitting the trigger button to create those. And then we have the one-handed option, which is just the trigger wherever you like, and you can just do this. So it moves diagonally from the point that you clicked, and you can just play around with that, and you get a bit of haptic feedback with that as well. So this is all good. And then subdivision. So if I create a non-customizable subdivision square using this 2-handed method, I'll show you what you get. So same method to produce the box. Okay, produce the box, and there we go. If I now hit the edit button, this is where you get your subdivision edit menu, and then thicken and things like that. But you'll also see that I can now select vertices, I can select edges, I can move those around however I like, I can smart move the objects around as well along certain axes, whether I constrain it to the straight vertical axis, whichever axis I want. I can select faces as well, okay? And what's really nice about this is I can, while I'm holding a face, if I click with the trigger, you're now extruding. Every time I click, it creates a new shape, a new extrusion. So I come in, scale that down, and now what you can do, and that's same with a surface this way. So if I decide to go inwards, you can also scale that down. So whilst I've got it selected, if I want to scale this down, like I would be scaling any other object, I hold the non-dominant grip button at the same time, and you bring those together, and that'll actually scale that down, which is quite nice. So you can come in here and move these vertices around. And this specific mode is indicated by the triangle. So the blue triangle on the joystick here, if I hit left and right, you can see that that is actually cycling through edges, faces, all three, and you can see in the background here, they actually change for points only or vertices only, edges only, faces only, or all. So that's depending on what it'll go black depending on what you're actually highlighting. So when you select an edge, the two vertices are also selected. When you select a vertice, only that vertice is selected, and when you select a face, only that is selected. So this is all with subdivision off. So this is a subdivision object, but with subdivision off. Now, if I bring this a bit closer, if I switch subdivision on, you'll see what happens. It's jagged, but this is one level of subdivision, and there are 3 levels indicated by this slider here. And as you watch, as I slide this up one, and then again. Okay, so this is the smoothest it'll be, and all that is doing is it's taking that that mesh and that geometry and just interpolating it and smoothing it over like so. But what happens if I turn subdivision off, okay, and I start adding things called edge loops? For those who don't know what an edge loop is, it's essentially using the trigger. You can see there's a little point on the end of my controller. If I put that on an edge, let's say down here, and I half hold the trigger on my drawing hand, you'll see that there is a preview of an edge loop. And this allows you to then add geometry. You're essentially like slicing the model a little bit and adding geometry there. You're not separating anything, but that's just adding extra geometry and extra edges and vertices. You're not adding any faces within that shape. So if I were to delete that face, you can see that it's not adding any faces in there. But if I do this and then just using the trigger, just pull the trigger with that circle over an edge, and that'll create another edge. An edge loop with vertices and edges, like so. And now, if we wanted to retain the shape of this, but we wanted to get we want it smooth, but we want sort of tighter corners here, what I would do is I would add some edge loops like this. Okay, so I'm adding edge loops this way, edge loops that way, and now when I switch subdivision on, you can see that it's holding those items a bit more. And if I actually undo those, or using the undo redo, you can see that as I add those edge loops in, how tight or loose that is looking. So at the moment, if we add some more edge loops at the top to basically maintain this this shape a bit better, and then if I do one underneath as well, and then switch subdivision on, we're getting a bit more shape here. I'm going to need another one here as well, another one there, and then in here as well would be really nice, and one down there. And now when you switch it on, you can see now that we've got a much tighter subdivision shape, and you can see the nice surface contours on that there. And then at any point, once you've created it, you can still come in and use the grab sphere to move a series of points all at once, which is really nice, or move a face however you want, which is really nice. You can also, if you just see then, if I hold a a face, you can go left and right on the joystick to actually bring those vertices closer together. And like with the line tool, you can pinch and sharpen them by going up and down as well. So you can very quickly and easily start to edit these shapes and get some really nice forms straight out the gate, whether you're sketching first and then do a subdivision object over the top of your sketch. That can be quite, that's quite a popular thing as well. Just coming in, doing, you know, this is reverse, but you know, you do your sketch first, and then you come in and actually do your subdivision. So these are the contour lines that I want to maintain, for example. So let's get rid of these. So that's the basics of the subdivision modeling. If I show you what that looks like with just a square, I'll place that over there. Do that. I can do that again and show you what it looks like. Just a square. Change you back to clay. So if I were to switch on subdivision, that's what happens to a perfect square. Okay, it goes into a ball. Now if I add an edge loop here, you can see that tightens that edge. Add an edge loop here, that'll tighten that edge. And it actually looks better if I do this here. So if I edge loop, you can see how that tightens. If I add one here and here. So if you add one on every corner, you'll get a nice rounded box. Okay, something that looks like this. And then you can come in and you can actually spread those out and really soften that just with the thumbstick, which is really nice. You can come in and play with that. Okay, so what we've got. Bum, 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 bum. Is it possible to build these primitive boxes or objects aligned to vertical planes? Yes, so we'll switch the grids on, and that'll sort that question. Two questions in one go. What techniques do you use to compensate for the lack of Boolean commands in Gravity Sketch? So great question. So the biggest question that the Gravity Sketch team get is Booleans. How do we do Booleans in Gravity Sketch? And the short answer is they don't have that functionality here, because computationally, Booleans are really difficult. Even the best software that we've got at the moment still takes some time to process those computations, and the geometry you get typically can be quite messy. You have to add in a lot of edge loops yourself quite often. So to do, when you're creating a particular object, you have to think about what you're going to want to Boolean out. So if you want to cut a hole in an object, the best way is to take, let's grab this guy again. So if you want to cut a hole in the object, there's a couple of extra tools in the subdivision that I haven't shown you yet, and just want to pause in 7 minutes or so. But essentially, if we go to low poly mode and turn this off, you can see what that subdivision object looks like. So essentially on the drawing hand, you've also now got this extra button with the tools sort of crossed there. Now, if you hold that, you'll get an extra menu of a loop addition, which we've already been doing. You've got an edge cut tool, which is really useful for cutting into the geometry and then extruding in. So that's one way that we get rid of the Gravity Sketch, the lack of Booleans. You've got smooth as well, which is quite nice. Precise select is a new thing. You've got crease, which only works in Gravity Sketch unless you export it in a certain format, and otherwise you'll lose those creases. And then you can actually merge subdivision objects together. So what you do is, it's a cool menu that basically it'll adopt whatever you push your controller to. So you press and hold, pick what you want, let go. Press and hold, pick what you want, and let go. So smooth basically does that. It smooths those and spreads those vertices out a bit, which is useful. Let me bring this a bit closer for you. Okay. Okay, got quite wide angle there. And then, so you can use the edge cut tool. And what's nice is you can come in and you can actually start to cut into the geometry without a full edge loop. Yeah. So we can do something like this. So if I continue to cut some more items in here, and then all you do is just use the trigger every time I'm doing an action. So once I've done that, I then press the tools again and go back to the loop edition, which is just the default. Using the grab sphere, I can come in and I can actually start to come in and actually play around a lot more with that shape that I've cut and produced there. But again, it's different. It's difficult with the subdivision tools because subdivision is meant to be smooth. So yeah, if you want it to be low poly and like this, then that's great. Or you have to put in a lot of edge loops. Now, a good practice with the edge loops is you have to use them sparingly, but also sort out your large masses and volumes first. It gets quite difficult when you've got this many vertices and points to start pulling those around late in the game or through a process, because it becomes very difficult to unpick. So you can come in with this tool here. This allows you to restrict face movement. So I'll demonstrate this really quickly. And that basically constrains it to the vector of that face. This allows you to select a whole loop. So if I want to grab this whole loop here, I can actually pull this in or out, which is really nice. Collapse the polygons, etc., etc. So what you can do using this, you can actually grab a whole loop. You can also just go to Edge tool, and then you can actually delete that loop. So you can go back and delete them, but it's a pain to go back and delete a load of loops that you've created. So, and after you've done a lot of edge cuts, you won't be able to create loops. So this is where Gravity Sketch and Adobe Medium come in really well. So I'll do my macro shapes, my large primary and secondary shapes in Gravity Sketch, and all of my tertiary details, I will actually go export the model into Adobe Medium, and I'll actually sculpt and remove from there. So that you'll be able to convert your mesh or your geometry into voxels, and you'll be able to do booleans a lot better and nicer that way there. So also thicken. I'm just going to demonstrate this very quickly in the last 2 minutes. Really cool tool they've added is the thicken tool. So I'm just going to shrink that, place that over there. Subdivision back on. Cool. So now, if you were to create a really cool, a nice surface, surface mode. So if you come in and you go, oh, I'm going to create a really nice shape or a surface like this. Previously, you'd have to thicken it in another piece of software, which isn't great. But now you can come here, convert to a subdivision object, which I've just done with that button. You now have your subdivision menu. You can switch it on and off. But in here now you have this thicken and offset button. Toggle that on and you'll now see these yellow grips, and you can now thicken the object. You've got a couple of options here, which I'll bring that a bit closer. You can thicken it by a number, which is really nice. You can, it'll be a solid object. If I thicken it now, you can just have an offset so that it's not bridged, and they're two surfaces, and then you can actually bake it. So if I show you what it looks like unbaked, okay. So you got some nice shapes, but I now can't control that edge just yet. You have to bake it first to get that. So I'm just going to draw, well, I can draw another one. So if I then change this to this, you can see that we've now got two surfaces, but on one object, which is quite nice. But then if I select the solid, thicken, and then bake it, what that'll do is that'll leave my surface as it is. So I'll pop that over there. And now I have a subdivision object that is baked, which is really nice. So now what I can do is I can come in and I can start adding edge loops and start to crease these corners myself. And now I have complete control over whether I do this with it. Okay, I can really start to play around with the shapes and the forms and get quite yeah, really start to play around with whatever options you want. If you want to bridge stuff together, I recommend going to low poly mode, and then essentially you delete one face, and then you can weld the vertices together. You can delete the second face as well. Let me bring this a little closer. And then, so if I wanted to bridge this together, I've now cut the holes. If I move that down, you'll see a bit better. I've cut two holes, and the beauty is that vertices, when they haven't, will snap to each other if they have the right number of points. Once that's snapped, that's now actually welded. So that's the beauty of this as well, is that's now completely welded together. And so I can grab the item and show you what that looks like from the other side. So you can come along and start to bridge all sorts together and create some really nice, yeah, you can just go to town and do whatever you like with that. So really powerful tool, and then you can actually export that to Adobe Medium and sculpt on it. So, okay. We'll take 5, guys, I think. 5-minute break, grab a drink, etc. Come for break, and then we'll come back. What we'll do is we'll export something from here, and then we will take it into Substance and go from there. Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. All right, guys. I am back. Let's carry on. Hopefully, you're all back with me. There's one or two things we haven't covered. Mainly is grids in Gravity Sketch, which I want to show you, and then export tools. And very quickly how the toolbar works. I'll fly through that really quickly. And then, yes, we'll export with the export options, and then we'll jump straight into Substance and do something there whilst the headset continues to charge. And then for the last, I think probably hour or so, we'll do the Adobe Medium and actually sculpt away at something that we've created in here. So a couple of questions was about actually placing the geometry aligned in an aligned fashion. So we'll do that with grids. I'll demonstrate that really quickly. So I'll just jump in again. I have to excuse the VR face. It's, it gets a bit like that after a while. So jump back in. I might have to restart Gravity Sketch. Switch my microphone. Cool. Can someone give me a quick thumbs up in the chat just to say that you can still see and hear me all right? That would be great though. Okay, let me just reset myself. Okay, all good. Thank you very much. When doing VR, it is good to always wear the wrist straps and properly like this. A, because you can just drop them when you need to adjust your headset or quickly take it off. But yeah, it's always good practice. Okay, so let me just get back into the scene. And right, let's clean this up a little bit. Let's get rid of this. We might use this as our object. This one's got some intersections. So, right, grids. You are there. In the options menu, under settings, we have grids. If you can't see this, it's because you need to go into the beta tools and you'll need to toggle this on and off here. Okay, make sure that's enabled, and then you'll be able to go to sketching aids, switch on grids. Okay, so you'll see grids are basically starting to hover. If I bring that close, you can see the grid only appear near the controller or controllers. So you can see there's some there as well, which is a nice little thing, and that indicates the density, which you can change here. So I'm just going to keep that at 20 centimeters. We then go to primitive objects, and we're going to create our cube. I'm just going to create this a nice white. And then with your standard, standard tool, standard method, you can actually see here that the shape I'm creating is adhering to the grids. Okay, and as soon as you let go, that is now perfectly flat. So if I come, you can't use Smart Move with the grids on. You have, which is, I think, would be quite cool if you could. Can you do it in here? No. So essentially turn the grid off, and then you can use Smart Move. And then I'm just going to place that at the intersection, 0, 0, 0, just to show you that that actually does, that is flat. You can then go into edit mode, and to maintain this, because at any point you can just pick this up and suddenly it's not on the axis, so hit the back button, but you can just select those objects and Smart Move to start to pull this out. Okay, if that's too thick, you can also go to the top view and you can start to thin that out as well. You can also move that with the grids
if you want. That's an option. And then once you've done this, you can click the blue button to accept those changes. And then actually you can smart move again with the green axis. Get one, where are we at? There we go. Yeah. Cool. You've got to get the right angle. And then what you can do here, if you hit the trigger once and then move up, you see these points. If you then hold the trigger, it'll actually generate that geometry incrementally based on those points. So that's how you get a nice steady sort of floor plate, if you will, which is quite nice. And then you can come in and edit by pressing and holding this button. You can then start to play around with the shapes. So great for architecture as well, just to be able to move things precisely, which really, really useful for that there. I'm just going to interact with my screen. You've covered so much. If you went through the tool belt. No, okay, we'll do the tool belt right now. That's on the list. So now that we've done grids and how to do primitives nice and straight, we're going to get rid of that. Cool. So the tool belt. So what we need is we'll have some geometry to work with, but the tool belt is use the grip button, swipe across on your dominant hand, and you can see it's in relation to me. So if I were to position myself by the camera and use that, you can then see the tools nice and easily. So the tools, let's go here. So paintbrush is really nice and obvious in the fact that you can adopt the color of an object. So if I duplicate this object here and then make this a different color, okay, let's do that, and then make it just sort of a white. If I want this object to inherit it, because it's the color I've already selected, you can just click and that'll then transfer that paint over, which is quite nice. And same with this is the paint dropper, which you can also access from the color menu. You can see as I drop that over, that'll inherit the paint. The little paint animation goes up the tube to say, I'm going to pick that, and then you can let go, and then the paintbrush changes to that material to let you know what you're going to be doing. So that's quite cool to be able to do that. These brushes or whatever just stay wherever you've placed them, so you can always go back to them. Also, if you swipe the tool belt away, they'll disappear. So that kind of resets that for you there. The banana is a way of moving through the space. So you can see the footprints on the floor. You can also use the joystick to demonstrate where you're going to be positioned. But if I want to teleport over there, I'll then teleport over there by hitting the trigger button. And it moves the scene because your camera, the camera that you're looking at, is part of that scene. So I'll move myself back. Okay. Rest of the tool belt, randomizer, really nice. So if I just show you very quickly a nice method. So if I were just to create a series of surfaces really quickly like this, and if I were to group them, for example, oh no, if I were to group them and just start, no. If I just did an array of these, no, start again. Right, surface, and I want to do a smart move array like that, and just add some more in there. This will randomize the rotation. So if I click the trigger and pass, as soon as that intersects, that'll give a random rotation to those objects, which looks very artistic. It's really nice what you can create with that, and then you can group that if you want, and you can start to duplicate it. So you can generate forms and shapes very quickly, and that's just a randomizer feature. This is the precise movement tool. Allows you to essentially move things on an axis. So as soon as the wand tip intersects, it'll show you the axes that you can move from. So If I hover over here, when it goes yellow, if you click once, that'll then put a pivot point on that object. And then what you can do is hover over the axes. As soon as you click and hold, it'll actually constrain it to those axes. And like with most gizmo tools, you can, there's also the flat square, which will allow you to move it in 2 axes. And same, you can move it on the floor like this. This guy allows you to reset. You can drag that around and change the pivot point. Not so great for movement, but it will be much better for rotation, which I'll show you in just a sec. So that's how you do the precise movements, and again, you'll get a readout of distance. But if you move right on the thumbstick, that gizmo then changes to rotation. Do it again for scale. Once more, takes you back to move. So now you're on that pivot point, you can then move and rotate that object on just that axis, like so. So you have very precise movement tools now in Gravity Sketch, which allow you to do this, which is really nice. And then scale is you grab, the red is the pivot point, and the green, if you click that and drag it down, you scale down. If you drag it up past that green box, you scale up. So that's the precise move tool. You've also got a snap button written on the side. If you hit the thumb button, that'll then switch snap mode on or off. So yeah, it allows you to snap incrementally or not with that, which is good. And then the last thing on the tool belt, which is a fairly new addition, but it allows you to see inside the normals, allows you to flip the normals of what you've got. So this mess of, or art I created earlier here, you can see that because these are surfaces, there's only one side that will have a texture on if you take it to another piece of software, for example. Each surface has a normal and a vector direction. So you can see the surfaces that are facing away from the camera have gone transparent now that I have this tool in my hand. That's what it looks like normal. And there you can see there. So all of the surfaces you can see here, I can flip that to be the other direction. Once it's red, hit the trigger, and that'll then flip that there. Okay. So that's just a nice way to see, if you're creating surfaces, how all of those surfaces look. So if I create a new surface like this, and you want to know what's inside and what's outside, you can see very clearly with that there. So that's the tool belt, really useful. It's almost like a hidden feature. It doesn't say where to get to it. There's loads of great YouTube videos on Gravity Sketch's YouTube channel, so do check those out. They do little ones, they do large ones for little snippets to gather some stuff there. So that is basically how all the tools in Gravity Sketch work. What I'm going to do really quickly is just switch everything else back on like this. Hide layer 1, and just really quickly show you some of the techniques. Okay, cool. One of the techniques I've used just to create some of the sculptures I've got here, and then we'll export and do some stuff. So essentially this sculpture over here, this method is really easy. I've demonstrated it in one of the preview videos, but it's essentially like a primitive subdivision object. So I do this. I'm actually going to place that. Let's bring it down a little bit, like so. Okay, I'm going to come in, and you'll be able to see me. Hello, do that. So essentially, I do this, and I just add all the edge loops I wanted, and then so that when I switch the subdivision on, where's my tool gone? Cool. Yeah, and then essentially what I've done, I'm going to grab all those, move that down. This. Just create sort of a non-uniform shape. And then what I did is scale it down. I do smart move. So pop that back on to all directions. Okay. So I basically did this like so. So do an array of these objects, and then what I do is I grab all of them at once, and then using the blue button on the non-drawing hand, press and hold that, and you'll be able to see all of these objects. So I just showed you earlier, but increase your grab sphere, pressing up on the dominant hand joystick, and then press and hold the grip button, and then pull down, and that'll pull another grab sphere to get like a soft selection. And then essentially what you do is you just grab these shapes, and you can start to do this with them, which is really cool. And then you can come in again and start to really play around and stretch with them. And this is how I did the roof as well. So I'll switch on the roof again and show you. So you do things like this, and then click accept once it's done. I've not grouped them, so it still allows me to grab these if I want to place them around a little bit. And that's essentially the technique I used. And then you grab what you've got, and you can shrink it down. I used mirror as well, so that helped. But then you can continue to actually place more of these. And there comes a limit when the Quest headset or even the desktop will start to struggle with trying to edit too many things at once. But you can obviously come in again and then press and hold that button, and then again using the sort of soft selection grab sphere, you can come in and you can start to pull these up. So you can actually start to really play around and get some very creative shapes very quickly. So yeah, and then once you're happy with everything, grab sphere everything, and then hitting the purple button to group. And then, yeah, cool. So yes, that's how, and then with mirror on, you know, that shape looks a little nicer. So that's how I did this guy over here. So I'll just pop that over there. For the colorful shapes in the distance, essentially, this was an early piece that I started where I just used the stroke tool really simply. And what I was doing is using the point mode and actually just drawing a particular shape that I wanted. I don't want that to go away. Why is it? I want black. There we go. So just, and then adding 3 points on an edge to get that nice angle. And then essentially what I was doing, I was just looking for a form coming through here. And then, I mean, this is very similar to that already. And then finish with the non-dominant hand, then edit it. And then what you can do is, what's also really nice is you can delete points just by holding it, hit delete, and that'll revert back to there. And then I put loop on. And then that then finishes this shape. So that then creates this shape here. And then what I did was I used the subdivision object, make a white one, made a box very simply. And this was my sort of experiments of how do I extrude along a spline in Gravity Sketch. I wanted to know different ways of doing it. And as soon as the subdivision tools came along, this was a method that works really well. So from here, I essentially deleted the outer, the 2 faces. So this face here, delete that. So now all I have is, if I show you, it's just a sleeve around that object there. And then now that's just obviously going to be a square profile. You can come in and you can start to play around with that and decide to play around with this shape on however you want that profile to be. You know, you can start to do this, and you can grab this and extrude out if you wanted to. You know, you can really play around with this. So I'm going to delete that, hold the face, delete that. And now that I've actually got this, I go into my auto loops, which is this button here, click that, and it allows me to then hover, and actually you can see there, grab a whole loop if I want to, either that one or this one. And then essentially I grab the loop and then use the trigger. I've got snaps on and it's getting in the way, so turn snaps off, because this is just a guideline. And then make sure you've got the auto loop selected, and then you can just essentially click and then just draw with this. And then what I do also is use the other grip on the non-dominant hand whilst I'm holding the grip and scale that down so that when I come around here, I'm actually producing a nice profile here, and then I just work my way around. So I'll just do this really quickly. And this was also the same method for fluidity over there, but using mirror and a lot more gestural shapes. So essentially, if I just come around and then just finish this really quickly in the interest of time. But I had very straight edges for the length. That was something I was going for. And then I would have like 3 points here. Like that. Okay, and then we'll just keep going. 1, 2, that's fine. And then we'll do 3 here. 1, 2, 3. And then now, and then you just marry up the vertices. So all I'm going to do is just you could marry them off so that so it twists, but I would just want it to be nice and smooth. So just bring the vertices together. You can see if I demonstrate here, this vertex just snaps right into there. Once it snaps, that automatically welds, which is an amazing feature that you're not having to go through and actually weld it all yourself, or actually go in and weld it later, because that's a pain of some programs. And I'm just zipping around welding all of this in place. Is that it? I think so. Cool. And then once you've done that, you then switch subdivision on and then rank it up. And then you can see it's not quite as sharp as I want it to be. So this is where I turn subdivision off, and then I come in and I start to really tighten up and add more creases in. So you can come in and add more edge loops if you need them, which is nice. And then also along the profile itself, if there's some bits I didn't like or some bits I wanted to actually accentuate or pinch, I would actually come in and add edge loops along those here to really tighten those up nicely. And then switching subdivision back on, you can see we've got more pronounced curve here, and you can even do it within subdivision mode to really pinch that. And then from there, so that gives a nice sort of extruded profile. And then from there, I'm coming in and I'm just using the grab sphere. I'm coming in and I'm starting to really play around with some stuff and seeing what I can do here. So just by pushing up on the joystick, you're getting some really nice tight points, which is doing some cool stuff. So this is just coming in, experimenting, seeing what works, what you think looks good. It's not necessarily about the software, it's how you use it. And I think there's some nice things to learn, but it's just really nice environment to come in and just to play and create some interesting forms that you might not have seen before. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. You can also come in and actually just grab by the whole surface. So the whole edge loop is for the whole shape, but it gets a bit mad on that angle. But just coming in and making certain parts larger, certain parts smaller, and playing around with that. I'll also start with a simpler profile as well for a lot of things, because it's already quite complicated now as it is. Yeah, so that's basically how I did that in the background. And then this same technique for, I'll move that over here. Okay. For this one here. So essentially, what you do is you create that path and that sweep. So if I take the same, you can see similar language in there, but if I actually take this over here, move some of this out of the way, down there. So if I come back into here, you can also duplicate objects really simply, and then just delete the vertices of what you don't want. So for here, I'm going to just delete all of this. Don't want that. Click it, grab it, delete it, grab it, delete it. because actually all I want is that one profile again. Yeah, like so. So I'm going to take this one profile, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide everything else because it's a lot going on. Let's do this. Okay, cool. I'll pop the stage floor back on. I want the mirror plane on. Okay, let's delete these guys. Okay, and then what's the best place? I'm going to place you guys here. Oh, excuse the wobbly hand. Cool, so that you can see the mirror plane, which is along the red axis here, but also the process. So this, how I do this is quite gestural, so I'll make sure that I switch mirrored on. Okay, so you can see that that is clearly mirrored. It's small, but I'm going to be creating a lot of space. So essentially what you do, if you bring it close, if it's in edit mode and you actually bring this edge close to the mirror plane, it'll actually weld all those seams together, which is quite cool. And then essentially I'm going to alter this profile a little bit because it's not quite how I want. I mean, that's going to do for now. And then essentially using the same tool of being able to pick the profile, I then do the same thing. Now I normally do this sort of stood up to create a really nice arching structure that comes over, and I'm just completely making this up on the spot, but yeah, we just do this, and then I'll join it at the back so that it's a continuous shape. I mean, this doesn't look particularly great, but that is then the main shape that you start with. So if I were to, so now to give you a better view, I'm actually going to use the tool belt, use the precise moving wand. I'm actually going to rotate off of this pivot point. So this pivot point, and then rotate that forward for you so you can see what we got. Switch to move, drag that up a little bit. Okay, and then swipe the tool belt away. And now I hit edit, remove the subdivision mode, and then I can start to come in and start to play around and pull these shapes around a bit. So I actually do come in sometimes and just go a bit mad at first and see how that looks. Start to play around with this, and then actually, you know, I might want some of these to come in a bit more. I might want all of this to come out. So you start to grab these shapes and pulling them out and seeing what comes of it. You can add extra loops in if you wish, and really start to play with it. You can do it in low poly mode like this, or you can go full subdivision mode, which actually gives you a better readout of what it's going to look like. But you know, you can start to, if you get too close, it will start to ping or start to stick. But here you can come in and start to really have some fun with the form and just enjoy the process, and see what you can do, because you know some bits really might not work, so you might want to just grab the whole lot and peel it back, and just try and make sure that too many things don't intersect. You know, I tend to go quite wild and then hone it back in afterwards. And then the beauty of Gravity Sketch is if you think, okay, that's cool, that's version 1, I'm happy with that. You can basically, using the smart move, click, place one off into the distance. And so now we have different options. So that's option 1. Now let's go to option 2. And now, using the same technique as before, with the grab sphere and the soft selection, you can really come in and start to really play around with it, really twist it, and do some crazy stuff. You can also move along the axis, of course. So if you want to start to pull things out in different axes, you can do so. Yeah. So it allows you to really play around with. If we go to clay and change the color to like a nice clay, yeah, you can really start to play around with things. So that's how I created some of the pieces. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to export and then take something into Substance. So let's actually go back to here. Okay, you're still there. Great. And then so export settings. Okay. So export settings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new gravity sketch scene, and then we'll just create one object and then export that really quickly. So you can go to the save and export, exit to lobby, and then we go back to the lobby, which you can see there. I'm going to do a new sketch. Okay, and then I'm going to have to reset the camera again. So bear with me 1 second. Let's put the view and then escape. Just going to go smooth head tracking quickly. Okay. All right. So you can see me. I'm just going to create something really simple. Let's do, and then I'll demonstrate the export tools really simply. Okay, so I should have done this in the other. And let's not do a mirrored object. Okay, so once you switched off mirror, you have to come in and say that it's a non-mirrored thing. Okay, and then all I'm going to do is just essentially create something very strange shape. Or we can probably just export something else out, but I'm just demonstrating. We'll just create something. And then okay. Ooh. Cool. All right. That is a sculpture for now. That'll do. Fairly still clean. All right. And then I'll increase subdivisions. So we've got that there. Cool. So export settings. Now that we've got one object in here, just to save us going anywhere else, what we'll do is you come to the save and export here. Okay. And then you go to export. Now you can save it on the cloud or locally. I'm going to export it locally. And then essentially it'll tell you how big it is, but also we've got a series of options now. So you've got OBJ, FBX. If you want to export into Adobe Medium straight away, you have to use OBJ or FBX. You can pick your scale in millimeters or whatever, and then you can pick which is the up axis. In this case, Y is what we need in the green. Mirror plane. You can recenter the object, which I'll do that, and that centers it nicely. You've also got some more options in here. Now, in here, when you're doing a sub demesh, play around with these, but I find that actually if you set the control, if you're going to take this into another software like Blender or 3ds Max, you can go in, get the low poly version and add the subdivisions in that software if you wish. That's possible. Go with render. Single-sided is for real-time rendering, double-sided is for normal rendering. So, and then welded is if you're going to continue modeling as we go. You can do full data or NURBS, but all we need at the moment is mesh. So I think, yeah, that's all good for there. That's all we need. We'll go back, and then I'm going to save it to local, and then we hit the blue tick, and I'm just going to call this. Let's just go design morphine form 1. Okay, so that's then saving that into my documents, Gravity Sketch exported. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take this into Substance, and we're going to UV unwrap it in Substance, and I'll show you some of the tools. I can open up some other files as well, but that just shows you those export settings there. Okay, any other questions on Gravity Sketch? You can ask them if you're going to join me later in here. But otherwise, we were going to leave Gravity Sketch for now. Okay. I exported that as an OBJ, as an FBX. I'll do an OBJ as well, just in case. We're going to do the same thing. Design morphine, form 1. Cool, done. Please stand by. Saved. If you were to click Save to Cloud, that would then go to Landing Pad, which I'll do the same as well. We haven't saved this, but I'll save this in here, save here. So I'll show you what that looks like when we do that. Form 1, and you can see that that is actually uploading. Cool, and then, yeah. All right, let's leave Gravity Sketch. This is the main menu of Gravity Sketch. You've got your previously opened files, File Manager, which is great, Collab, which is free as well. You can have 3 people join your new sketch or like a gallery. File Manager, you've got lots of saved files, and you can go through and you can actually pick them up and bin them or put them in a clipboard and move multiples at the same time, which is really nice. So, all right, goodbye to Gravity Sketch for now. And then we'll carry on. All right. So I have Painter already open. Here's one I made earlier. Is the marble and gold that was in the Gravity Sketch file. So I'm just going to switch the quest off really quickly. Switch the microphone back, and then switch the quest off. So it charges quickly. Okay. The Oculus Quest also has hand tracking, so I didn't need the controllers. That's good. Yours for charging. Okay, all right. Let's have a quick look. So I just want to find that file that we we created. So that's going to be in Gravity Sketch. Okay. So essentially that form that we created in Gravity Sketch, nothing particularly fancy. We have here, this is just a way to view what we've got, and you can see how the geometry is going to be coming in. So essentially, I'll just guide you through basically the interface of Substance and how it works, because it's a great tool for being able to procedurally texture, but also you can texture in not just on a color, but you can actually texture the roughness, how metal a surface is, and actual normal details as well. So this is what we had set up, but really nice to be able to come in and actually imprint details that are just going to be stored in a map instead of actually sculpting them in directly. So let me just, I'll walk through the interface and what it is you're looking at, because there's a lot going on. There's lots of buttons, yeah, we'll go through. So
Okay, right. So essentially the controls, you have to press the Alt key on your keyboard. And when you do that, you can use the middle mouse button to pan. With Alt, and the left mouse button is orbit. And then Alt and the right mouse button up and down is zoom. So it's a bit different. It depends on what you're used to previously, but yeah, it might be nice and quick to pick this up. So essentially what you got on the screen is we have a load of materials here on the left, which is really nice, and you can just grab these and drag them onto the model, and that'll then assign that there. We've also got smart materials, which are multi-layered materials that have all sorts of smart aspects to them that analyze certain parts of the model and create sort of wear on curvature, as an example. So we can play around with those and drag those in. You've also got different in here, different masks that are really nice for being able to mask certain areas. So you can have the whole thing gold, for example, and then add a mask to then reveal a different material underneath. Or you can have gold underneath and have sort of a rusted sort of a matte material on top, and you can reveal it based on black and white masks. There's all sorts of other aspects in here, brushes, different decals and things you can place on items. These are like alpha brushes. And then you've also got normals. You've got different HDRIs. A normal map is essentially this multicolored shape that allows you to, basically the lighting system reads this and calculates it as an actual 3D item on the surface. So you can actually add these details in. So if you're creating something for AR or gaming, and you need the mesh to be low poly and performant, a really good technique is to use normals or to bake the details into normal maps. And I'll show you what a normal map looks like. So you can see here a normal map. If I go world normals, it's useful. Normals. So these are world normals. So the position of the face indicates the different colors. And then if I were to start to add normals in, you can see what I'm doing here is I'm adding normals to this shape here. So if you're familiar with 3D already, some of these principles will be familiar to you already. But these are all things that we can essentially paint onto the surface once we've got it. So the rest of the UI, then we've got to create a new project, or to start again, you go new, and then in here you select your 3D model and you pick the resolution you want for your textures. I recommend doing this at least at 2040, if not 4K, 2K, 1K textures, because you can work in high detail, produce some really high quality textures, do some renders in Substance Painter, but also do the high quality, and then you can export the lower quality ones for AR later as well. UVs, I mentioned them earlier, but there's UV tiles, which this is one of them. When you bring in a model, you can, if you've already UV unwrapped the model in, say, Blender or another 3D package, you can use that system already set up in here nice and easily for you, so you don't have to do that. But also Substance Painter now has an auto unwrap feature here, which is great, and which is what we'll be using for that item that we exported earlier, or another that we've used previously. So what we'll do is we'll use those, and we will bring in what we've had before. On the right, we've got quite a few things here. These are the different texture sets. So what I've done, this is a bit more complex. So I've got 2 textures here. What I did for this model, to increase the resolution, because I wanted, instead of, if you have one texture that's 1024 by 1024, that's a 1K texture. Now, if you then split it into 2,
if you split your model into two and you say one half of the texture is one half of the model is one texture and the other half is the other texture, you basically get double the resolution for that. So yeah, it's just a technique to get a bit more detail on the texture on the actual surface itself, because it can get a little pixelated when you have to export those textures out. It always looks great in here, but when you start to export the stuff out to 2K textures or even 1K, it gets a bit, you start to lose the fidelity and gets a little pixelated. So this allows you to switch between each of the materials and the texture sets, the UV tiles or UDIMs as they're also referred to. You have a layer system. So if I move the properties down, so you can see with a bit of space, it looks a little nicer. So I'll collapse that. You've got your layers. So in here, I've got different layers set up so that I can switch on and off that marble if I want. There's like a wood texture I've got layered underneath there as well that I've switched off. So this allows you, just like Photoshop, you can layer things up really nicely, but they're materials, which is nice. You've got your texture set settings, which we'll have a look at in more detail. Yeah. So basically, when you bring in a model, we'll be going there to actually bake the textures, the texture sets out, which it basically calculates the normals for you, which is really nice. Ambient occlusion, and it's all these things that make it look really nice. So yeah, let's actually move that back down into here. Cool. So those are those layers. Texture sets was up here. Cool. And then the next thing is the paint properties down here. So you can either look at it down here, or if you right click in the 3D space, you will also get your brush settings. So at the moment, this is just a method for painting normal maps in there. But if I were to come and pick a different, you come here and you pick a brush, and you can see that changes your brush settings here. So this is going to be painting with a different material with that as the brush, which is great. So the white is where it's going to be. And the beauty of Substance is you can come in, I've got a new layer, and you can just paint. You can paint directly onto your model, and that is just a nice clean metallic look there. Okay. Another thing as well, if you hold Shift and left click, that'll actually, you go left to right, that rotates the scene, rotates the HDRI and the lighting, and that you can see it's also happening on that textures there. You can change this layout as much as you want. Up here, you can go in and say, oh, only 3D or only 2D, because the beauty of this is if you knew exactly where you were on here, you can just come in and actually paint directly on the texture itself, which is really quite handy. So especially if you've laid it out in a really nice, neat fashion, you can actually come in and have a look. So if I find out where I've just painted, which is here, you can see if I navigate down and I start painting here, you can see it updates. So it's one-to-one, and it knows. So that's really nice. If you wanted to add decal or text or something like that, and you wanted it to be aligned perfectly to how it's been flattened and unwrapped, then that allows you to do so there. So, and that's just a paint layer. So you can paint that on and off. However, you can turn that on and off, but also, just like Photoshop, you can come in and say, actually, I want to multiply, divide it, dodge. There's all of the standards that you would expect, which is quite nice. But you can also come in and change the opacity as well with that guy there. So you can start to really layer things up quite nicely, and then also add masks to remove certain layers as well. So if you're familiar with Photoshop, this is very similar. It's a 3D Photoshop, if you like, which is a really powerful tool. So let's do one from scratch, and I can also open up some other files as well and show you how I've done some of the other things as well. Because so what you're seeing here is a very rough UV unwrap.
that you see here. It's not great. So when you unwrap something or UV unwrap something, if you fill as much space as possible, so there is no black bits, if you like, no white space, you'll get you'll get better quality textures on your objects, on your elements. So a well packed, if it was a simple box, you could just arrange the rectangles however you liked, and depending on the scale of each of those faces determines whether the texture itself actually stretches or not, or whether it's stretched. So let's go from scratch. Let's start a new one. So I found my, let's go desktop. All right, so we go new, and we're just going to do 2048 as a standard texture size. You only have those to choose from. So what we're going to do, and we know that we want to auto UV unwrap. We don't want to use the UV tile workflow because there isn't one. So we're just going to turn that off for now. And this is just how I've approached the texturing process. I don't use all of the tools available in here. It's very powerful. And also we'll get onto the rendering side of things as well. But it's a very great tool for being able to texture properly. So what we're going to do is, here's the export. It was on desktop, and then I'm also going to show you what landing pad looks like as well before we do this really quickly, because when we exported earlier. Okay, so previously this is landing pad. So you'll need, if you want to join us later, you can. You'll need to give me your email address so I can go into here and pop it in that's associated. So when you sign into Gravity Sketch, you create a landing pad account, and this is a really great way you can view your models without being in Gravity Sketch. You can also export from a file in the cloud, which is a fairly new feature, which is great. So you don't have to go into the headset or charge your headset, switch it on if you haven't used it in ages, load up the file, then export it. One thing I didn't show you, which is to be able to take photos. So this was me earlier. You just hit the camera tool and then you get a viewfinder, hit the blue button, and you're away. That will take images for you. That's taking far too long, but you can see from thumbnails. You can also open up models in here and spin them around. So yeah, this is where it's at. You also can upload images in here for you to download them in the Gravity Sketch folder as well. So just thought I'd demonstrate that really quickly. Can you not view real time on landing pad like casting? That would be amazing. I'll definitely put a note in for the developers. That would be really cool if you could. You can on the Quest. There is a via the Oculus app. You can share, and you can share if they're on the same Wi-Fi. You can the user can cast what they see onto the phone with the matching app. So that is one way for someone to see it, and that also works with a Chromecast. So you can, if someone is at sort of the front of a classroom, for example, there could be a projector projecting what they see, but it's not going to have the smooth head movement, but at least they'll be able to see what the user sees in real time. The first person footage is good, but when you speed that up, that's when it gets a bit too much and a bit nauseating. That's when that third person camera angle works really well, which sadly is only part of the main, of the desktop version. On that, thank you for your question. And then, yeah, so we're starting a new file. You can set templates and go from that, but I just start from scratch. I think that's fine. We've picked the model, and we're going to go auto unwrap. Okay, so discard. What's going to happen is it's now going to sit and it's going to think about it. Now, it won't take too long because it's not a very complex model, but where you've got a model that's very complex. It will take longer to UV unwrap. And this unwrapping process is by no means perfect. It doesn't stretch out the material to fit the space well. And yeah, it does, as you can see there, that's completely exploded it in a crazy fashion. So yeah, I'll show you some of the other models that we've got as well that I've done in the past. So this is our object. So this is what we modeled in GraviSketch, and using the same tools, you can rotate that round. We can have a look there. Cool. So first thing I do when I come in is, well, I'm going to hide the 2D because it's not adding any value at the moment. Okay. First thing I do when I come in is I'm like, okay, great. I now want to extract some maps from this geometry that will help me later. So what we can do is we can bake our what they're called mesh maps. So you go to texture set settings. Okay. First thing I do when I come in, you check the size. You scroll down, and under mesh maps, you see bake mesh maps. So this is the first thing I do. I come in and I click this, and what this does is this opens up a dialog box, and it says, oh, here are all the mesh maps, and these come in really useful. So it'll generate an ambient occlusion map, which is essentially, for those of you who don't know, is like soft shadows in the corners, is the sort of really simple way of saying it. It'll calculate some lighting, and it'll actually put if there's crevices, or like on those previous models where I had the profile, where I had those indents running throughout the form, that'll actually create a shadow gap, or like a cavity where the shadow is. So the ambient occlusion map adds that shadow in, and you can lay that over whatever you produce, and you can essentially multiply that over the top and overlay it. So it adds shadows to your textures. So the first thing I do is I come in here. What it doesn't do, the output size doesn't match the size that I set at the beginning. So yeah, always have to come in, double check that it's set to the same one as your project. So 2048 by 2048, they always have to be square. If I were to take this, for example, if I took this and I decided to make subdivide it lots, make it really dense, a dense mesh, sculpt into it with either ZBrush or Nomad or Adobe Medium, what I can do is you can actually bring this in. You can say here, you can load in a high poly mesh into here, and all of the details that you've sculpted in will actually be baked in into the normal maps. So in terms of rendering and in terms of lighting, when this scene renders, it'll read all of those dents and everything in the normal map, and it'll look like really nice surface imperfections and gouges and things. So first of all, change the output size, and then what I do is I just say bake all of them. It doesn't take too long. Ambient occlusion, I bump the secondary rays up to about 190. Same with curvature. I'll demonstrate what these maps look like. You also get thickness as well, which is really nice. And then once you're happy with all of this, you then click Bake Selected Textures. And this is now going to go through and process all of these here. Okay, so then you click OK, and it's not done a good job. So I will probably open up another file and demonstrate what this is. So to show you what it's just made, it's made all of these maps. Okay, but if I demonstrate what that looks like on here, we go to metallic, we've got roughness. So you go to mesh maps. Yeah, this is not looking good at all. Yeah, this is unusable. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll open Blender and we'll actually UV map this. And this is something I was probably going to do if this happens, because it's not unwrapped it well at all. And that could have been an export setting. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to come into Blender, another great piece of free software. We're going to import an FBX, and we're going to import our guy here. Okay, so Right, all the keys. Right, so middle mouse button to orbit, but this isn't a Blender thing. So essentially what we're going to do is come into here and we go to UV editing. And this is what the UV map looks like when it comes in, which is just a top-down view, okay? And what we're going to do here is come in, select all the faces, okay? Select all, okay? And then under UV, what we can do is we can go to unwrap, okay? And you go to the UV editing tab. Like Blender works on this tab format, so if you're doing modeling, you do it in there, and it sets up your workspace accordingly. UV editing, UV, and then unwrap, and you can do smart UV project. Okay, we'll see. Leave the defaults, see what happens, and you can see here that this has actually unwrapped it better in this case for this geometry than Adobe Substance has done, Substance Painter. And you can see what it's done. It essentially adds like seams and splits it out and unwraps it. So that's not too bad. It could be better, but it's not bad at all. And for all intents and purposes, for a quick export, that's not too bad. So now that we've done that, what we'll do is you just go, item is selected, so file, export, I'll go to FBX, and we're just going to come to here and just go UV unwrapped. So we know which one's which. Selected objects only, Y is up, that's fine, there's no animation, I'll just click export. Okay, cool. So now, what you can do in this instance, if you've got a project already set up and you've got loads of layers in there, here's a little tip for replacing the model. So what you do is you come in and you don't go to new or open or anything, you click edit and you go to project configuration. And in here, it shows you the model it's got. And then essentially you just come in and you select your other model that we've now UV unwrapped, okay? So we click open. We don't really want to preserve anything, so we just want to auto unwrap. And we don't want to auto unwrap, we've already got that. And then we just click OK. So now what we need to do is rebake our mesh maps, okay? So come back over to your texture set settings, bake mesh maps. It should all keep the same settings as you had before, okay? And then go bake selected. Okay, let's look. I think, yeah, so you can see we've got the UV map in here now, so that's a good demonstration of that, but what is going on with this? Yeah, okay. I think something's up with that export that we exported, because when you add something, let's bake the mesh maps again. Yeah, I think there's another mesh underneath that's causing this this rippling here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go new from scratch, and I'm going to bring in a new file, one I made earlier. Let's have a look. Yes. One that's been properly UV unwrapped. Would be nice. Let's have a look. Use the T. Just like that. Okay. So here's another sort of unfinished model, if you like. It was done in Gravity Sketch, and it's coming at the wrong orientation, but it is absolutely fine. So here you can see the UV map. This is again another automated UV unwrapping, so it's not great, but it will serve the purpose. So let's go to 3D mode and then bake the mesh maps. So let's show you what this looks like. So we go back to 2048, ambient occlusion, we've got a curvature, and we'll bake those mesh maps. So you can see here that this is actually baking nicely, and you'll see it actually looks much nicer once it's finished. We've got a few little artifacts because of the small pieces in the UVW map, but we come back here and it looks quite nice. So let me go through and show you what those mesh maps look like. So this is the normal map where there's nothing really happening because it's on a per surface basis. World normals, so you can see here that if you imagine a light shining from each angle, if you like, you can see that what that looks like. ID, so if you've got multiple objects, or you can actually have multiple IDs on models, you can then color by ID. So this is the ambient occlusion, so you can see here we've got getting some nice corner shadows in here. I'm actually going to bring those back on. This is black here because in Gravity Sketch I have the vertices actually overlapping, so that's showing you what that looks like when that happens. So it's always good to make sure you've got a clean mesh in Gravity Sketch. Nothing's intersecting too much. Curvature, so there's not much here, but you can see the sort of the lightness on the gray there, and we can use that later, which is quite nice. Position, so you can actually color by position. So if this was sort of near the ground and you wanted mud or splash marks from the underside, but not on the top, you can add a gradient based on its position. Thickness is quite nice. So if you were to make this a candle wax material, for example, you can take into account a thickness map so that it can be thinner on the edges, for example, which is really nice. And then, yeah, so that's that. So let's start putting some materials on here. So it's really simple. You come in to here, drag and drop your material on the top there. So I think I'm actually going to use I'm going to go back to that previous model, because UV wrapping, as you can see, is really important, because you can see here we've got what this material is doing. It's also picking up using displacement and actually picking up the edges of the map. So it looks fine on the flat edges. You get a nice flat texture, but where you've got all these different seams, it doesn't look great. So if it was a smooth material, so if I come to here, I think marble, for example, and drag that on, see, that looks quite nice. Because of the sort of erratic breakup on the surface of that material, it doesn't look too bad. And yeah, so that's how you bring in a model. It can sometimes UV mapping can be hit and miss, as you've seen, but you can then come in and start to drag different materials on top of here, for example. So this copper, this worn copper, is actually only affecting certain areas. So you can see here, and that is all dependent on this generator here. So I'll show you how to add generators, but you can then come in. This generator is called metal edge wear, and you can come in and you can actually change the level of wear, which is really nice to come in and get that nice corroded, worn look. This is a smart material that I've made previously for one of my other projects, which I really like, because it's like it takes sort of the oxidized copper, but adds like a brass effect, which is nice. So it takes the ambient occlusion and overlays the ambient occlusion back on, so that you get those nice shadows in there, nice, really nice depth. And then you come to the bronze metal edge wear, and then you can come in and do something like that. So this is how I created. So you can see, like, the reason why it's getting pixelated is because the UV map isn't great. And even if we rescaled the project to like 4K, it would look a bit better. But this is just to be conscious of what you're producing and what you're producing for. So whatever you're going to export this to, you have to know what the texture size requirements are. So if you're creating an AR filter for something like Spark AR, they only accept 10 by 24 texture sizes. So something like this will look very pixelated when you get it into Spark AR. Unless you do the technique, which I did previously, was splitting the model into two and having two materials
And then in here you can split that up so that you've got double the texture quality. But if you're using something like Unreal Engine and you want to bring this model in, then yes, you can export the higher res textures for the higher close-up ones there. So yeah, there's a lot of depth in each of these and where all of these items. There's loads of parameters in here that you can change the grunge scale. You can sort of random seeds, change the grunge amount. Yes, there's so much, and this is reading the curvature and ambient occlusion mesh maps that we had before. So it's so important to bake those mesh maps because a lot of the smart materials have been set up to actually read those, and that's what makes them smart materials as opposed to standard ones. And this one, machinery, really nice material, because what this actually does is it puts dirt in all of the cavities and crevices, and where you've got a nice sort of smooth exposed surface, that's actually cleaner, like that object's been worn or used, or it's come into interaction with a surface. And actually using the position that we saw earlier, you can actually see on here, if I break this down, you can see it's actually lighter on top. So if I expose this, if I delete all the other materials and make it super clear for you. Right, this smart material is just here. Let's break this down in here. So this is how I learned this as well. Is there's some great YouTube tutorials on Substance on their website, on their YouTube channel. There's like a walking robot tutorial, which is great. Several parts, and you get the files, and you can do it yourself and walk through. But this is sort of my condensed learnings as well from playing with it as well. But just come in, add a smart material, and then click the folder. This will expand the different layers. So on here we've got rust. So if you hide the rust, you can see that is all of that dirt in there. You can see there's also a dust layer, and that's what I was speaking about, where it's actually only putting dust on the top. So you can see here, there, and any surface that has any kind of top plane, you can see, if I toggle that on and off, that it's only got dust on. It's a bit like snow, where if snow fell vertically from the top, where would that land? And you can do that there. We've also got some extra dirt here. So if I hide the dust and hide that, you can see there's a bit more grainy dirt in the crevices and things like that. So it's all these little details that make such a difference. And so if we didn't like the yellow, for example, you click the metal base, and then you get the properties. Oh, you get the properties here. Let me just pop that up. No. Come on. No. All right, let's pop that. Properties. I've done that. You can also move the UI wherever you like and play around with it, but let's drag that up in here. So there's different types of projection techniques as well. So you can come in and actually change. We'll cover this shortly, but each texture on here is a tileable texture, and that means that you can basically that you don't get any seams or edges. So all of these textures in here. Let's find a good example. They've either got an alpha there where it's got an edge, or it's something like this, which is completely tileable. Okay, all of the grunge patterns, they're all built in. You don't really have to download any. Substance has everything in there. You'd need really. You can make a lot of what you need from combining all of the different materials and smart materials that are already in here. Substance also has its own library that you can also download things from their website as well. There's loads available. Because Substance has its own ecosystem, which I'll get through, and I'll just bring Creative Cloud up for later. Yeah, cool. So essentially in here, if you wanted to change the color, you go to the properties of this, and the properties obviously change for each one that you've got selected. But you can change the scale. You're not going to see much at the moment, but if you go to the rust, you can change the scale. You can see that tiling start to happen. So you can adjust the scale of that texture. But for the metal base, you can see if you just scroll down,
It has color, height, you can see because it's lighter gray, but you can come down and you can change all of this. So if I hide everything, I can change the color, come here and I say, actually, I want you to be, sort of a dark red. Let's go something like that. Okay, that's the metal base. So now actually, I think it's too shiny. So you've got base color, you've got metallic, you've got roughness. So actually what you can do is you can actually change the roughness just by changing this slider. Okay, and that changes it for the whole material that this is applied to. So actually you can make it 100% rough or just a little bit. So you can do this, but also you can make it more metallic as well. So you can change each of these parameters as you see fit, but you can do that for each and every layer. So we'll come in here. You can see that each of these have a generator. So you can come in here, you can add a mask, and then you can add a generator as well. So you come there, and then let's play around with this here. So let's play around with the rust because it's the most visually different. So I'll switch the others on as well. So the dust, actually, if you don't like the dust too much, you can actually bring that down. So it's a bit more subtle, which is really nice. And it's that subtlety that really makes a difference. So rust. So what you do is you click the layer, but you also have to click this mask, and then you have to click the generator here. So you click that, and then in here you can see. So if you scroll down, there's all sorts of sliders in here. There's so much in here that you just need to come in and play around with. Really, it's the best way to learn. You can come in with the global balance and change this, the contrast. So how much the edges, you can see down here. As I do that, the edges feather, if you like. There's different textures in here, so you can see I can bump them up or knock them down. It's multi-layered because it's already, all of this stuff is pre-built in. You've got ambient occlusion, where if you take that out, it looks terrible. But if you put it in where the ambient occlusion is, that's what this is doing. It's filling that rust in there. Curvature, so it's going to add more dirt onto the edges of those curves or where from that curvature map. And then as you come down, you can see that this is done with a grunge map. So what you can do, you can actually come into here and change the grunge map. So this is like a mini window of what you've got over here. But essentially, where's it gone? Undo. Yeah, okay, cool. Image inputs. What you can do is if you just type in grunge, you'll also get other ones. So you can actually come in and specify that, actually, I don't like that. I'm gonna have a different grunge map. So now I've got a cracked deep version, and you can change the balance of this as much as you want. So I'm going to take down that ambient occlusion a little bit. And so I would just come in here and like you can invert this completely as well. So there's so much going in here that, there's multiple textures. You've got primary, secondary. So I can just remove that altogether, and you can see that there's just too much going on. So it's good. They've put in everything you need there. So that's good, and that's a really nice way of being able to add procedural dirt to the model nice and quickly. You see that. So yes, so you may need to go into Blender to UV map, but UV mapping as a whole workshop in itself. Some people it can be considered like an art form, being able to really unwrap something really well. Like a person, for example, if you had like a teddy bear character, the UV seams would run around down the tops of the arms and then on the underside, so that you can get a nice flat UV map, so that when you come into somewhere like here, you've got nice big texture space for the textures to look nice and clean and look really nice. And so, yeah, so that's essentially the breakdown of how these are built. And yeah, there's loads of amazing materials in here, loads of really good stuff to play around with. So just come into here and start playing around. And so there's ruined steel, and if you want to start to reveal what's below, what's in the machinery below, you can come into here and actually remove the base of this smart material, of the steel. So this smart material machinery was what we've got underneath. You can see by the folder structure. And what I've done is I've just removed the metal effect from the base. So if I start actually removing some bits, you can get some really interesting effects. Just playing around with this. So let's come into here and change this grunge map generator, and start playing around with these settings as well. So yeah, you can create some really interesting techniques, and just really go to town. So this is just adding extra dirt, for example, and I want that to be a little. Yeah. So it shows you how you can layer up and get some really nice details in here. This has got triplanar projection instead of UV projection, and that allows you to essentially create a bounding box of that texture. And this is like box projection, which does, as you can see, give you some scenes in there, but it's not a problem really. If you unwrap it properly, the box projection looks great. So yeah, if it comes into substance and it doesn't look great, then definitely double check your UVs. And there's some nice wood textures in here as well, so throw that on there. It's not going to look great because it's going to look patchy because the textures aren't flowing nicely, but it's yeah, from a distance, not too bad. So yeah, just drag them on, have a play, and see what you can get on there. Any questions on substance at the moment? Edge damages. Let's play a little bit. Okay, all right, so no, just increase the damages there. Right, so that's, so just the last thing on the substance painter then. So you don't get it with the Creative Cloud that you might have for Photoshop or InDesign or anything like that. So if you pay for the Creative Cloud, you'll only get your what you pay for. You won't get any of the 3D or AR packages. That's a separate subscription. And what Adobe are trying to do is produce a whole ecosystem so that you can create the model in Medium, or what will be coming out is Substance Modeler, which will be like a new version of Medium, if you like. So you can sculpt. And then the idea is that you bring it into Substance Painter, you come in and produce all your textures, and then you use something called Substance Stager, where you can bring in your textured model and actually light it in a scene, in a 3D scene, that you can place props in and different textures and materials and everything. So it actually creates a really nice render pipeline. That's what they want, is they want to create that pipeline so that you've got everything you need to do it. There's also Substance Sampler that allows you to create 3D materials from real life images. So if you've got a texture outside, or you're sort of doing VFX for a specific area, and it's very specific brickwork or concrete or something, you can go and get photos and create a tileable texture. You can then put that into Substance Designer, which allows you to create parametric materials that go into Painter, if you like. So you can actually create realistic materials in Painter using Designer. So it's all got its own pipeline, and then they have also got Aero, which is their AR builder, if you like, to allow you to actually put this in AR with Adobe Aero. There's an iPad app as well, so, and a phone app. So they want to provide this this whole thing, and when you pay for this 3D subscription, you get all of them. You can buy them individually. but I think it's cheaper if you do get all of them in that one package. And yeah, it's you've got that workflow if you like it. So that's kind of a sort of a window into the substance side of things. It's super powerful being able to create and change all of these textures procedurally and create some really nice materials in here. So yeah, just going in and having fun. And just to show you one last tip then was actually being able to put that ambient occlusion map on top of here, because at the moment it's too shiny everywhere. And I'll show you rendering quick, and then we'll jump into Adobe Medium. So essentially, we've done this, and then what we want to do is you add a new paint layer, which adds a new layer here, and then what you do is you add a generator. And now I only want to add a generator for the color band. I don't want to change the metalness or the roughness, which you could do if you wanted, but the little tip, hit Alt and click one of these. Now I just want to do the color, so that'll just deselect all of them for you. Nice quick. Then click the generator, and now in this list, all of the ones that look like, yeah, these full material balls, if you like, they use the mesh maps that we baked earlier. So you click ambient occlusion, and if I hide the copper, you can see that's the occlusion map. And what we do is we just come up to here and we just go to multiply. And what that does, if I toggle the ambient occlusion on and off, you can see that that's nicely baked in there. And then also we'll do the same for curvature. So come to new paint layer, come to the sparkler or wand thing, add the generator, Alt for color, come down and then do curvature. Now curvature, yeah, it doesn't look great, but what we'll do, I like using soft light. And what that does, you can see here that it actually darkens the color quite nicely. So if I come here and change that down, so what that does is it keeps it light on the edges and darker on the flat parts, it just adds a nice bit of depth to those things there. And a question, can you export geometry as a GLB from Substance? So no, but you can export a .gltf. So once you're finished and once you're happy with everything here, the best way you come to here and if you UV unwrap in Substance, you'll need to export the mesh. If you unwrap in Blender like we did with this guy, you don't need to re-export the mesh. You can just export the textures. So if you go to export mesh, if you need to, always apply the triangulation. I think is probably, if you're going game asset, so click export, and then you can also go down to GLTF. Now export to GLTF, you'll need another software if you want to export it into a GLB for something like NFTs, because that's a 3D NFT format, or one that's adopted by a lot of that stuff. So yeah, that's another step, but you can get GLTF to GLB converters available. There's a Web1 and other plugins available to do that. So once you've done this, exporting the textures, you just come to File, Export Textures. And now this can get quite complicated. It looks complicated, and it kind of is, but I have my own one that basically it exports each line is a separate texture that it exports. It exports the color, the emissive, the occlusion, roughness, and metallicness as one thing. That's quite complex. The normal map, and also an AO map. So all those ambient occlusion shadows is a separate map. And then essentially what you do is you go to the settings, you say where you want to export it. So I'm just going to stick those on the desktop. Pick your template, which is, you scroll down, pick the one you want. Texture set size is either on the project or set it yourself. So you can do low res ones, but do a project, do it at 4K and export 2K. It's all good. And then you can make sure they're JPEGs or PNGs, whatever you want. And then click export, and I'll go boop, 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 and export all of those. So if I go to desktop, you can see now that has exported the textures. So that's the copper, that's the normal map. We haven't got any details, surface details.
That's the occlusion, roughness, and metallicness, and that's the ambient occlusion. So those are how the textures come out. And then, yes, you'll need to assemble those either in Blender for rendering or to export as GLB or whatever you want to use that model for. You can then put that into Spark AR as well and put those maps in. And yeah, so good question. Okay, so that's it for Substance Painter. It does one task really, really well, and that's why it's a huge part of my workflow, because it is where I do all my texturing and stuff like that. You can export from where we're going into Adobe Medium. You can paint in Adobe Medium, like airbrush painting, if your mesh is dense enough and high enough resolution. So you can then bring those into Blender as vertex textures and then bake them and then bring it into here to then continue working as well on here as well. So it's a huge part of a lot of CG artists' workflow. And as soon as I found out about it, I had to learn it because it just looks great. There's also rendering. The only other rendering side of things, you just hit this camera and then there you go. It's rendering. It uses iRay. And it'll go, you can change the settings to when it will stop, but you use the same tools to essentially orbit around. And then to change the HDRI map or the background, you just click this settings, display settings here. So it's panorama, environment, click that and just pick something else. So we'll go with the studio. And there we go, like really nice from Gravity Sketch. It's a bit like Keyshot. Keyshot has that drag and drop feature. It's quite popular with a lot of people, where you just drag and drop your materials on. And once you've made all your smart materials, you can just come in, drag and drop. You can actually save your smart materials, I'll show you that as well, into your library so that you can come back. And there you go. Wait for this to finish. It'll say done. You can come into your resolution and come into the settings, change your samples, and there you go. That is a nice, not bad render. It's better than a Gravity Sketch screenshot. So yeah, and that's rendering. It does it all for you. It just calculates it, and all you've got to do is adjust a couple of sliders. If it's too grainy, or you can set the size. At the moment, I've got 1920 by 12. You can change the resolution. Make it bigger, but then you might need to increase your minimum samples to make it look nice. Just to get rid of, you get a bit of noise in shadows, sort of standard rendering stuff. That'll all smooth out really nicely. Or you can put it into denoising software, or in Photoshop and denoise just to smooth it out. You might lose some crisp edges if you do that, but yes, it's cool. All right, last questions for Substance then. That was quite a quick run through. We did overrun a little bit on Gravity Sketch. And I want to go through Adobe Medium. There's less tools available in Adobe Medium, less things to run through. But yeah, it is a great thing, because Gravity Sketch their team has been constantly adding features since 2019, periodically. It was paid for. It was a paid for app, and they've now made it free. So Gravity Sketch is entirely free. The creative collaboration with multiple people in the room is all free. They've got an iPad app, which isn't the best. It's nothing compared to the VR space and creating in 3D, but it allows you to sketch, and you can take that sketch into Gravity Sketch in VR, which is great. So, okay. All right, if there's no other questions for Substance, we will crack on and jump into Adobe Medium. So I'm going to close this. Save that. That is all fine. All right, so this app here, so if you do have a desktop PC that can run VR or sort of gaming level, basic gaming stuff, you'll need this Oculus app. And this essentially, what it does is, there's a thing, it was in the beta, but it's not anymore. It's called AirLink, and that's what I've been using to connect my VR headset to the computer.
You will need a Wi-Fi router that's got 5 gigahertz. Most Wi-Fi routers are 2.5, but with that, it doesn't use the internet per se, but it does stream the PC VR that runs straight to the headset, and it just makes the Quest act like it's plugged in with a cable. If you don't have a 5 gigahertz router, you can just use a USB cable. Oculus sell an expensive cable that plugs straight into the computer and straight into the headset, into the charging port, which is great. It is a little bit expensive. You can buy cheaper ones from Amazon or whatever to use PC VR with a Quest. Yeah, or if people are using the internet, it'll slow down otherwise. So, okay, so I've covered landing pad. We've covered that. Let's jump into Adobe Medium. So there's 2 versions of Adobe Medium, the older one and the newer one here. Couldn't find Adobe Medium on the Oculus apps. Do you have to install it via your our PCs of the Oculus? No, so you should be able to find it. How did I do it? Store. Yeah, so you should be able to, via the Oculus app, go to store, type in Medium, and it'll be there. And then you'll come to this page and you'll be able to install this. I can't remember how much this is. I don't know. It doesn't tell you because you've already paid for it. But this has been around for a long time. So if it's free, definitely download it. Have a look and see what you think today, how it looks and whether it'll be useful for your workflow. Yeah, because it might be good. And I think when Substance Modeler comes around, you'll be able to do a lot more in that than you can in Adobe Medium. So you won't be able to see it on the Oculus apps on your phone because it doesn't work on the Quest. Yeah, Adobe Medium or Medium by Adobe is PC VR only. It won't work on a Mac and it won't work on your Oculus Quest standalone. That, I hope that answers your question. It's very computationally heavy, and there isn't a team working on Adobe Medium anymore, so they won't be doing that. I doubt Substance Modeler will be native to the Quest. It'll just get to a point where, as you're sculpting, you increase the resolution of the mesh, which we'll see happen, and it would just crash the machine if it's not got the hardware, because the Oculus Quest is still the equivalent of like a mobile phone card, so and processor. So it does amazing for what it can. As it is. All right. Okay, so I'm going to jump into Adobe Medium. It'll take me a second or two to set up the third-person camera. There is a third-person camera in Adobe Medium, and that'll mean purely we'll do that from the start because there isn't a smooth head function that Gravity Sketch has, and it's just a better viewing experience for you all. But if you can't see anything, I will be able to see the chat again, so please do shout if you can't see or you want me to change the camera angle, because I can physically grab the camera and move it around for you guys, because I want you guys to see as much as you need to. All right, let me get ready for, I'm going to shut some programs down. Things will run a lot quicker. Okay.
Okay, switching mics. All right, we are good to go. Switching the Quest back on. I'm just going to have to set up my windows again so I can see you in VR, but it's also a great tip as well. If you do have PC VR, and you do access that, you can, as you know, you can view your PC screens in VR, but also you can load up YouTube videos and watch them in VR. You can load up a Pinterest board and then have it constantly there in Gravity Sketch or Adobe Medium, ready to go. So that's really useful. Right, let's do this. Okay. Adobe Medium's loading. Pin. Okay, right. Okay, I don't need. I can check that on the wrist. Let's do that there then. All right. Okay. All right. Let me just set up video, world, select you. Okay. Excuse the old avatar. This is right, select the camera. I'll just try and bring you around as smoothly as possible. Desktop preview. So, smooth. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Field of view. I'm just going to give you a wider field of view. Like so. Okay. All about framing the shot. Okay. Right. I'm just going to check that you guys can see me okay. All right, let's make it full screen. No. Desktop 2. Yeah, cool. Pin. Okay, hey, right, great. Can I get a thumbs up from someone that you can hear me? All right, and visuals are okay as well. Looking great, thank you. Okay, cool. So this is Adobe Medium. So there's a couple of things that I'd like to show you first, because essentially you've got the controllers again, but they're very, very different. So on your drawing hand, you've got the settings there, okay, and that opens up a stamp menu of different stamps that you can pick, and you've got colors as well, so you can go through and you can pick your colors, and then up and down changes the size on the thumbstick. The left and the right allow you to scale as well in a smart fashion. Double clicking the settings changes your clay tool. So this is your clay tool, and this is how Adobe Medium works. Okay, so I'm just drawing with a sphere clay in my space. Okay, fully 3D. Yeah, pretty crazy. So what I can do then, if I double tap it, that goes into subtract mode. So I can now eat into the clay. Okay, and I can sketch away nice and quickly, and you can really Boolean very, very quickly with what you got here. So you can see it getting a little bit jaggedy already, but I'll explain all of that and how the voxel grids work, etc. You can make this really big, and you can just get rid of the lot there. Okay, so on the left hand, you've got forward and backwards, so you can undo, redo. Up shows you the wheel for all of your tools. Okay, so we're on the clay tool. There's move, swirl, flatten, cut, inflate, smooth, and paint. And then you've got new layers, mirror, lathe, grid snap, which does what it says on the tin. And then you've got angle snap, which is really nice. So you can actually set the angle snap to be like 45 degrees and then extrude a sphere. So angle snap, you can do that. So we'll do that later. That's fine. So essentially, then we'll go set your angles, whatever. Cool. Then if you pull down, that'll then open this menu here. This is your layer menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that forward for you, show you what that looks like. Cool. So in here you've got nesting. So you don't see this in Gravity Sketch, but here you can actually see the sculpt is here. There's a mirror plane that you can click on it, and this changes your settings in your hand here. You've got grids that you can switch on and off like that. Standard symbols for things. Lathe, you can switch that on. We'll demonstrate that when we've got some clay down. You can pick the camera, which we've got here, and you can move the lighting as well, which is really nice. And again, all of these things you can change the brightness of the lighting, and this is all pinned to your non-drawing hand. Manipulate it, so you've got gizmos for moving, rotating, and scaling. And then the only other things left, so I'm going to pop that back over there. And again, you kind of just build your workspace up for everything. And then you've also got adding a sculpt layer, add a poly mesh, so you can bring in a mesh, add an image, so you've got reference images, add a light, and then add a transform. So basically like an empty or null object that you can place things in to move them all around without being separate layers. And then, yeah, so those are the menus. And then you've also got a thumb menu as well, thumb button, that if you press that, you can new, save, load, add mesh as a clay, which is what we would do to bring in any mesh in here to then start sculpting. Add a sculpt to bring in another sculpture that you've done from another file, or export. You've got capture, which I'm running at the moment for this. There's a screen here for you. There's a camera, playback, share. So you can actually share this to your Oculus Home, which is desktop only. Studio share, which can be a little glitchy, is where you can actually share the space with someone else. I've not got it working yet properly. Notifications, preferences, etc., etc. And then exit. So I'll just show you the stamp tool again really quickly, because it's a really nice. Oh, come on. So you can see here that we can change the clay. This is like the brush, if you like. You can change the shape of it to square, capsule. You can do it where it's add or erase, which is the keyboard shortcut of that. You can change the size of it here, whether it's single or continuous. And what you can do with some stamps is incredible, that you can just click once and it'll just load that whole mesh as a single thing. You can change the thickness, stroke, taper. You can have a steady stroke, which is like a input smoothing, which is really nice. And then you can also do line constraints, plane constraints, and surface constraints. So if you had a surface that you'd done in Gravity Sketch and you wanted to come in and just add clay to certain surfaces, or only basically carve in a certain depth based on the size of the brush, then you can do that as well, which is really nice. So again, really quite powerful. You can import your own stamps here, but if I show you, if I just go down to like bones, you've got all of these different ones going. So you can just pick one of these. As soon as you've picked it, you come out, and you can see here I've got a green outline of what it is. So if I change this to single and then just click once, you then have a skull, which is amazing. And then again, you can use the same geometry to subtract from that shape, which is just crazy. So you can see it's getting a bit crunchy now. So now's a really good point to actually tell you about the voxel part of Adobe Medium and the whole mechanics of how this all works, because you need to understand this for when you start increasing the resolution of things later on down the line, because you could actually sort of cut your space. You can cut your sculpture in half by accident if you don't need to. But there are some amazing stamps in here, full organic shapes that, yeah, it's just, very quickly, you're not actually having to sculpt a flower. You've got one there. So you can just go around and place as many as you want within your scene, ready to go. I will go through the different tools eventually, but here's like the move tool, and this just shows how flexible this is, and yeah, just mad. to be able to do this, and it's just like 0 g gravity. It's really nice. So what we'll do is we'll just delete all this and start from scratch. So nice big box, and delete all that. Cool. All right, and then I'm going to put this back to continuous. So again, like if you can get into this, play around with it, play around with the space, play around with all the tools, and this is what sort of reinvigorated my love of sculpture as well, is being able to have this space where you can just create and come in and just carve away. You know, you can get really gestural and just really play around with it and do whatever you like. So right, let me tell you about voxels. So if you pull down on this here, and what I'm going to do is so the same movement applies in the sense that you hold your left grip to be able to move the scene, and then to scale it is both grip buttons. Again, these are yellow in this case. So you can see this box that I've got here. This is your voxel grid, okay? And in here, this is the bounding box of what you can create, okay? So you can only see it now that I'm starting to draw, but I can't draw any further than the bounding box. Okay, so this is really important because every time you increase the resolution of a sculpt, you reduce the size of this bounding box. Okay, I'm just going to undo all of this. So the scale we were working at previously was the right scale, but as you can see, that was the object that I've just made previously. But the this guy here. So home is dead center in here, and you can see that's the lathe dial, and you've got a mirror plane and etc. So you should be building within this space, and the idea is that the bounds are quite far away. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to make it a little bigger again. So what we'll do is I'll show you what the low poly looks like, a low density voxel mesh versus a high density voxel mesh, and how that looks. So let's pick another object. This is quite a complex shape. Okay, so what we'll do is when you place clay down on a layer, so this object here, it's a little rough on the edges. If I bring that a little closer, you can see that the edges are a little rough. So what we want to do is we can increase the resolution of the clay that we've already placed, or we can increase the resolution of the layer. So what we do is we click layer 1, okay, and then what you do is you go to your actions here, and here on this menu you can see you can do Boolean operations, merge, intersect, subtract. You can flip it along a mirror plane. You can create something, a stamp. So you can sculpt something, create your own stamp, and then actually build with it, which is amazing. So you can build your own tools to then carve out of existing structures, existing forms and sculptures. So you can center the boundaries. So basically that'll move the whole box so that your sculpture is in the center. But the main two things we're talking about here is increase resolution and decrease resolution. Now you can see when I hover over here, you can see the voxel grid. Okay, you can see how dense or how not dense that voxel grid is. And now if I click deres, it'll get more low poly and a lot rougher on the edges. So if I do it to like this, you can now see, if I bring it a little closer to you, you can see how bad that's got. Yeah. So if I then increase the resolution, it's like JPEGs. When you rasterize a JPEG and it goes pixelated, and now increasing the resolution back up again, you've not got that detail. Again, you've just lost it by decreasing the resolution. So what we're going to do is we'll delete that layer and we'll add a new layer, which it already creates one. There's always going to be one as default. And then what we'll do is we will then increase the mesh, the layer, the resolution of the voxel grid. Okay, so now that when I press this, this is a lot more detailed than the first version that we put down. So I'm going to undo that again. I'm just going to set this to single again, so I don't. And it takes a little time to load. So I'll go click, 1, 2. So it takes like 2 seconds to actually build that mesh based on what we've got. And actually, I'm going to increase the resolution once more, and then place it again. Okay. So what we can do now is this becomes, if you use the smooth tool, which is on the wheel, this one here, we can now smooth this out and it doesn't deform the shape too much. If we have a fairly low res voxel mesh, then when you smooth, I'll show you what smooth does to a low res layer. So if I bring this back round, there's no mirror, but you can see actually what I'm doing is I'm smoothing this out really nicely. So this is getting rid of those artifacts of the voxelation and little tiny sort of like, it's like grain. It's like when you 3D print something and there's like grain on there. So that now is a nice high res smooth mesh. And so now if I wanted to come in with the clay tool and then go to something like rocks, and I want to start to chip away and make this look fossilized. Here's my rock. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this on a new sculpt layer. So I'll come to here and go add a sculpt layer. And now this isn't going to be the same resolution as this object, but just to show you, that's what the rock looks like when it's low poly. Okay, so that rock is a little rough on there. But then you can go back to your other layer, and what I'm going to do is actually use this to subtract, and you'll be able to see the surface detail because of the increased resolution of the voxel mesh. When I'm using this to cut chunks out, you can actually see the indentations from the rock actually coming in and doing this. So this is a great way of coming in and adding additional details and making this skull look fossilized, just by using other 3D models as a way of removing mass and form from that there. So if I pick a different rock, let's pick a different one and see, we might just want to just touch up the surface a little bit, and you can see when the red box or when the red shape stamp goes onto the geometry, you get the little bounding box of the intersection, so you know how much is actually intersected, and that gives you a sense of depth for you to come in and do this. And if you want to change the orientation of your stamp, you press and hold the thumbstick in, and you can then change the orientation of where you're approaching it from. So you can then just come in and play around. So I'm just holding the trigger now, and you can just really eat away at it like this. So in substance, what I would do is I would have a high poly version. I would have this Triceratops skull as a low poly version, really nicely modeled, nicely UV unwrapped. You could model this in Gravity Sketch. I would bring in here, and then I'd start to add surface details. You wouldn't be able to cut too much off of the main shape, but if I wanted to put all of these surface details in as Substance Painter normals, then this is how I would do it, is come in and make all this. So so that's why you would need a high resolution box, but you can now see where the extents are. If I hold my arm out there, you can see that box has got smaller. So if I now do that again and go increase resolution, it's going to sit and have to think about it for a second, but that box has got smaller still. So you have to be aware and mindful that when you're modeling the extents of what you're going to be doing, make sure you keep that in mind, because essentially if this was a full Triceratops, his whole back part would be completely cut off by that process. But this is now super high res mesh here, and so what will also happen is when it's super high res, you get a bit more freedom. That when it takes a lot, it takes a lot longer to load, but you actually get to maintain a lot of this detail that you get to play around with as well. So yeah, so let me run through then in the last sort of 20 minutes or so the other tools that are available in here, and we'll do a new layer and start from scratch on this, because yeah, this just shows you how we can sort of start sculpting in details, and you can come in and just use a standard capsule if you want and start coming in. So you can hold the sculpt with your left hand, but also still move with your right hand, which is really nice. So you can actually start to come in and actually use both. You can use both at the same time. So actually, I'm just going to do this, and you can just start to eat away and play with the sculpture. You can then go into like surface detail mode as well, but you can make it really small and just say, right, well, he's got a big gouge down here. Yeah, and you can go to town. You're the only limit with these applications is your imagination. To be honest, really, it's amazing what you can do. Cool. He's well and truly destroyed. So let's go and delete this layer. So you select your layer, and then there's delete here. But those are the main tools: is increase, decrease. If you've got two layers there, you can use intersect. It'll take a little while to think about it, but it will do it. And yeah, any questions for Adobe Medium so far whilst we're working through? Please feel free to drop them in the questions and answers. So the wheel. So let's just create some geometry like so. Okay, I'll demonstrate what these are. Whenever you create a new layer, it's always going to be the same resolution. So you might want to come in, click the layer, and then increase the voxel mesh a couple of times. And then a little shortcut tip for the smooth tool. If you're in the clay tool, which I am at the moment, if you hold the left trigger, that will actually convert you into the smooth mode, which is nice. So as long as you've got that trigger selected, the non-dominant hand trigger selected, you will be in smooth mode, and that'll smooth there. Oh, undo. Left on the left stick to undo, and then you can just hold the object in your hand, spin your hand around, and then just smooth it, and that's great. Cool. So I'm going to show you what happens when you smooth a low poly object. So if I a not very dense object, so go new sculpt layer. If I decrease the res a bit, let's do this. Pop you the right way up. Okay. So here's a low poly or low res item. It's a little janky on the edges, but if I use the smooth tool, you can see that it actually completely starts to dissolve the object entirely, which is great if that's what you want. If you want to really eat away, you can actually just use the smooth tool, because look, that's gone. So it's about making sure that you've got the right resolution for what you need. So we're going to go back to layer 3. Okay. And I'll show you the other tools. So we've got clay, that does the clay, that's all great. And then we push up, and you've got the move tool. Now the move tool can be spherical, that starts with spherical, but if you hit the settings button, you'll get other tools there. You've got elastic mode, size, strength, and then active layer only. That's really interesting. So you can move just per layer. So if you're doing like muscles on a human arm, for example, you could have each strand as a different piece of clay on a different layer. So you can move one piece at a time, or you could move all of them at once. So the move tool is, I've got it set to elastic, which isn't great. So let's change that off. So you, this is now what the move tool feels like. So you can just, you drag it, and what it does is it generates, it's a different type of modeling to Gravity Sketch in that what I'm doing when I drag this over here, it then generates mesh and geometry along that surface when I let go. So it actually fills in the gaps for you in that mesh as you do it. So I can stretch this really far. Okay, you can see it start to get a little crunchy, but as soon as you let go, it'll then sort that out. It basically, it regenerates the mesh every time you let go of the move tool. And the move tool, you can just, it's a completely different way of, it's just like clay, but you're not going to your clay block to then apply it to the model. You're just generating it out of thin air. But also when you move stuff, what's happening? So what's happening here now is I've stretched something a little too thin, and this is the result. This is what happens when you see this jagged edge, this sort of sawtooth along here, and that's because it's too thin along the top. It's now no longer solid. The object is just too thin that the voxels on the outside, the surface on the outside and inside, are colliding. Excuse me, and you're now getting this. So now, if I would smooth that, you can see what happens. It just completely eats away at it because there's nothing there. So that's not, it's not great. It's not what you necessarily want. But one way to fix that is you can use the inflate tool, and this will actually add. It'll thicken that space a bit more. So you can do this. You can inflate it a little bit, and then smooth it a little bit, and then inflate it, and then you can actually start to build this surface up a bit more quite nicely. And then at any point you can come in with the clay tool and say, well, actually I want this to be quite a bit thicker here, and you can come in and start to actually sort of fill this cavity if you wanted. And because it's all the same layer, when you hit the smooth tool, it is all going to mesh that geometry together. So we come in and we're just going to smooth that all out like that. Okay. So it looks a bit like snow at the moment, but you can change the material. But yeah, and then that's how you start to create. You just start creating forms and shapes however you like. So clay, move. The swirl tool does what you'd think it does, and that swirls the geometry. Let me show you on something like this. You hold it and it just goes and swirls it, which is quite cool, especially if you like swirls. But it kind of just does that. You can change the size, strength, direction, clockwise, anti-clockwise, but it just adds a bit of visual difference there. If you do it on an end, you can also pull out as you go, and it can get some nice sort of moldings or details or twists on there. So that's the twist tool. We've got the flatten tool. So again, if I come in and show you, you've got this disc, but you intersect the disc and pull that out. You can see the depth in which we're flattening, and I can just drag that up, and that'll just keep flattening along that edge there. So I'll do the same again, but from this angle. So you can just flatten that edge there. So it's whatever surface you've put it on, try and do it like that. You can actually just flatten that whole area like that. And as you just keep going, it'll just keep intersecting whatever intersects that cylinder, flattens that. So that's the flatten tool. You've got a couple of options. You can constrain to the surface, which is quite nice. So if you're doing hard surface stuff, you can do that as well. Then we go to the cut tool. Now the cut tool takes a little bit of time. It's a little scalpel, but it's like a laser beam. You just go, and that'll draw a plane. It'll think for a minute, and you'll see because the medium logo comes up and it starts walking. And then what that's done is that has cut it and actually put it on a new layer. So now if I go to the layer tool, I can actually pick it up and move So when you're in the layer mode, I've got 2 items. You can see I've got 1 item here now and 1 item there. I can point and click with my dominant hand as a laser pointer. Click that and then use the grip. You can't use the trigger. You have to click it with the trigger and then use the grip to grab it. And now I can pull this item away. I'm just going to have him hovering there like that. And then because they're 2 separate layers, you can come in and smooth it, but then you'd have to pick the other layer by pulling down, click select, that selects the layer, and then you can now smooth the other side. So yeah, and that's the cut tool. Inflate, we've seen it inflates it. It's like if you wanted to just keep extruding like stalactites or stalagmites or whatever, you just keep extrude using the inflate tool. So yeah, it just if you wanted to create arms on a creature or something, or you're doing like a coral reef or something, you can rotate it as you do it. It's you can create very complex forms. We're going with coral reef here. Yeah, like so. And at any point, you can just go into the clay tool and say, right, I'm going to make this really big, and I'll start putting in some details. And it's really nice environment. I don't spend enough time just sitting and working like this. And then smooth, we've already covered, but yeah, smooth that all out, whatever. And then paint. So when you're painting, you have to make sure that your resolution is good enough. Again, voxel resolution affects lots of things. So if we go to colors, and then we're just going to go with a sort of a red, beigey thing, and then you start to paint. Okay, so yeah, it'll only paint the layer that you're on. So that object that we made earlier, it's not doing it. I've also got a mode, spray mode on. So if I stand here and show you, you've got size, opacity, hardness, spray. You can have a brush mode. You can stomp, which basically like paint bucket fills the whole thing. And then you've got a steady stroke as well. And you can have a line constraint. So I'll show you what it looks like to paint on a low res item as well, so you can see what we've got here. So this is just applying that paint in a spray paint fashion, and then I'll show you the stomp. Stomp, point and click, the whole thing's gone red. Now also there are different material options. If you pull down and then select the layer and go to settings, here you will see, excuse all this, but you'll see occlusion, roughness, specular, so you can change it to a metal material here, emissive, you can change the roughness, etc., which is quite cool. But now we have a red metallic thing, and now I can come in and actually change to a different color if I wanted, and then actually no, not that, and then don't use stomp because that happens, and then come in with like a paintbrush and actually do this. So a paintbrush, you have a sphere, and only when the sphere is intersecting does it actually paint, like so. So this is one way to actually add that, and you can export these as texture maps or as vertex colors, which is another great 3D tool where it stores that in. There's mirror, lathe. Lathe is quite good. If I switch the lathe on, that's absolute madness. Stop that. Stop the lathe. Basically, we need to rotate the scene back to where the lathe was, and then go to the lathe, point and click the lathe. Bloody things in the way. Let's get rid of that. And then we will change the speed of the lathe to really slow. And then what you can do is you can even model with this, like sculpt with this. If I'm using the, I'm just holding the move tool and I'm letting the lathe actually move the mesh for me. You can do some very wacky things, but there is if you put a traditional artist in here with their skills, you can create some incredible stuff because the knowledge that they bring So yeah, you can just come in and let's turn the lathe off. Yeah, come in here and create some incredible things. So let's just turn the metallic off. For now, default, metal, default. Cool. So yes, so that's where we're at. So that's all the tools. And then when you export, so what we're going to do, I'll just do a little quick demonstration of exporting before we sort of call time on this. But that's a really whistle-stop tour of Adobe Medium. Angle snap is really good. Play around with that. But when you want to actually export, you can. I'll show you the export settings. Go File, Export. You guys see that all right? Let me move. Can I move you? I can't move you. Right. Let's. If I move around, I can. Let's File, Export. You'll be able to see the export settings a little bit. Okay. Along the top, we can. Can you see? You can't even see that. Apologies. Let me just select the camera. And do this. Okay. We'll get there eventually. File, export. Right. So you've got at the top, you've got raw, which is the full mesh resolution. Lots of options go when you hit that. You're going 100% of the triangles, which there are over 2 million triangles just on that sculpture alone. Because the voxels, what's happening when you export it is it turns the voxels into a mesh, which is great. If you're real time, this is like for gaming engines or AR. This says that it's at 5% of the triangles, and then there's these options for vertex colors, object or FBX, or textures and UVs. So here you'll notice these from Substance about the texture sizes. They're all standard sizes, so you can pick your texture size, go bigger. It'll take longer to export, but once it's in, it's higher quality. You can pick your normal space, whether it's tangent or objects, texture file format, PNG or TGA. TGA is a larger file format but keeps more data, and then FBX or MGL, FBX or OBJ, and then that's it really. You've got 3D print quality as well, which is 100%. But I would do real time. Do a real-time version and a 3D print version, and then bring the real-time version into Substance, and then use the tool when you bake the mesh maps to add a higher poly model into baking all the normals, and then bake all that detail, all that high sculpted detail can then be baked into the texture map in Substance, and then that's and then you can get all that juicy detail you spent hours sculpting in here to then create. So you can do some crazy stuff in here. You can create your own stamps, bring in your own stamps. You could spend a while making some really cool things in Gravity Sketch, all your stamps, and bring them in here. So yeah, it's very fun. Definitely very fun. Put some music on and just enjoy creating. But it's you can do some great stuff. Have a look on their Instagram pages as well. They've all got some good stuff on there. They still post. So yeah, okay. I think for me, I think we've covered almost everything. That's what I wanted to go through with you today. We're not going to save this. You can export this and bring this into Substance. Like I'll show you if I come out of here. I'll show you what we put in Substance from here that I did the other day. It's just a quick little thing. All right, so that time has flown for me.
Hey, that was
Hello.
that was a lot of fun, huh? Just really cool. It was nice and smooth. How are you feeling?
Good. That's gone so quick. That's gone so quick.
Yeah, it always goes so quickly, like a lot quicker than you think it will. Piotr, Piotr, I don't know how to, is it Peter? Peter?
How dizzy are you?
Yeah,
So,
how dizzy are you?
I'm fine because I guess I'm used to it. So for some people, yeah, like if you get VR motion sickness, it's good to be seated. That helps a lot. But when you know that you're in control of any VR experience, whether it's a game or whatever, whether it's Gravity Sketch, the reason why you get nausea is because something is moving that your mind is not in control of. So yeah, as you guys have seen, I can be in there for hours quite happily. 2 hours, go have a break, and then come back. So yeah, no, thank you guys. Really happy to share this. And this was just on screen. This was a sculpt I did in Adobe Medium. So just pretend that I'd sculpted this now. Here's one I made earlier again. So using the same techniques, but just with the mirror tool. And then to show you, so when I then exported it from Adobe Medium, that's the kind of UV map I got. So it does it in bits again. And then, yeah, you can then create things like this really quite quickly and easily with all of this laid up in here. So yeah, any questions? Happy to take any questions. Could be about anything. That's all.
Was anyone following in VR? Like, was anyone, I'm asking them, like, was anyone watching this with a headset and trying to follow or something?
Yeah. From my understanding, what would be the final software to put the item in secret? Oh, great question. There are lots of places you can put things. So generally, there's the phrase of like the metaverse. There's AR. You can put any of these. So what I tend to do, as you can see from like my Instagram page and where it's all started years ago, is just recording what I'm doing and just putting it up there. And some people have liked it, and now we're here doing this. So I started doing that, and then AR came about as an option to be able to optimize the model so much that you can actually still put it in something so small. Because for Instagram AR, you've got to get it down to something like 4 megabytes, which is tiny, but it's a challenge. And if you like the challenge, and you can make it look good. So by all means, go to my Instagram, swipe over to the little sparkle icon. In there, there's filters, and you can place a lot of my sculptures anywhere you want in your room, out and about, and they're all free to try. And that's this. And I've used these tools that I've shown you today to be able to get those 3D sculptures out of Gravity Sketch and Adobe Medium into Substance, and then into something like Spark AR, which is another free software. You can get gaming engine side of things is tough, because it's very difficult to produce an app that people can then load up and try. There's a lot of things happening at the moment, like web AR and web VR things, so you can actually place things in a virtual gallery, and people can walk around and try them and have a look at them.
Go fill your bedrooms with
Yes,
with these pieces.
exactly. So there's lots of options. Sometimes people just like to do a nice render, a single render from Substance, stick it on Instagram. Some people put it in another software and do a nice turntable as a way of seeing that 3D. It's now becoming, the technology's caught up where we can now view some complex sculptures, even animating dynamic sculptures in real time on your phones, which is amazing. So.
We were just looking yesterday with Oleg, the Sketchfab app lets you see the models in AR.
Yeah, let me bring up.
Let's bring that
But
up.
the actual, like the app, it wasn't like,
On the
you
website.
know,
Yeah.
if you use the app from your phone, not like the website from your phone, but their actual app from the phone, it has a little AR button, and you can see almost all of the models from Sketchfab in AR.
Yeah, which is amazing that that's now a thing. Because even just so for those of you that don't know about Sketchfab, so if you do make one of these models, just to answer your question, this was one that I did entirely in Adobe Medium, and then brought this into Substance. So full screen, yeah, cool. So this was, I took an original sculpture, though basically this shape here that I 3D printed. So this is another thing. If you're creating objects in Gravity Sketch, I can show you both. Here's a great example. I 3D printed this shape, as you see on camera. Actually, was I made a custom stamp of this to then make what you see on screen, and you can see on some of these shapes here that this is actually one of these sides here, and I just basically took this and started placing this in the scene and stretching it and pulling it. And then, and this was a Gravity Sketch model that I took, and it's on, there's a video on Instagram. If I try and show you, but basically you can see all of these little indentations that basically I took this into Adobe Medium and carved this out, and then I 3D printed this. So anything that you create, you can get 3D printed, you can upload onto Sketchfab. This was done, as I said, in Adobe Medium, taken into Substance to then get all of this nice withering on here. So this took a bit of time, quite a lot of layers, and just adding things like grunge in the corners where all of the different objects meet, and then adding this nice glow in here. So in Adobe Medium, there's also an emission material. So I did a new layer, and then I went in knowing I wanted to add a glow in there. So
Sketchfab always, in my opinion, Sketchfab always makes things look so good. Like, I even like it better than most render engines.
yeah,
Like, it just has a really good, like lighting, this kind of like glow to it.
Yeah, and it's real time is now becoming very possible now. It's actually becoming better than, so the traditional technique was that you have to set it up in 3D, you have to have a camera, spin it around, set up the lighting, and then sit and wait for like 3 days whilst it renders it all at a good enough quality that you can watch it full screen. Or you can send it to a render file. And that was the traditional technique. Like Sketchfab wasn't around or wasn't as good as this, 5 years ago. And now we've got all of these amazing tools and a headset for really quite cheaply, or a lot cheaper than it was, that you can create anything in this space that you can now export to this. So yeah, that's great. Thanks for that, Mike. Yeah, I'm glad. Thank you for all your questions, Jerome. So yeah. Cool. So I guess should we put the question out there to people? Anyone who's got Gravity Sketch installed, free to
You want to do that?
I'm happy to. Even if there's only one person who's still on.
So what is their requirements again?
The requirements. So
okay, Christian's going to list some requirements. If you have these requirements and want to join into a room right now with him, just raise your hand. Use the raise hand button.
Yeah. Do you want me to write the requirements in the chat?
Yeah, maybe that's better. Just make sure you have it set to everyone, or else you'll only be writing to us.
Okay. I'm just going to go off. Okay, and then one more. So you must have Gravity Sketch installed on your Oculus headset. You must have a Gravity Sketch account set up, and then I need that email address that you used to set up that Gravity Sketch account. And yeah, I basically, and once you guys have done this, you can do this as well. So off the back of today, if you do have Gravity Sketch, you can just go to Landing Pad Collab, as you see on screen. You can see Zega added me to his room. You can only have one room at a time, and whatever is in there is perpetual. It stays there unless you go in and clean it up. So before this, I had 3 friends come in, and I promised them Gravity Sketch lessons beforehand, and it was a mess because they've all been going in there. So I had to go in and delete those stuff. So if anyone is still on and still available,
yeah, let's just see it. Let's just get a quick, so we know if we're gonna do it or not. Does anyone meet those requirements and want to do it? Just click the raise hand button. We'll wait like a minute. Oh, there you go. Okay, so send your okay, you have 2 there. So would it be easier for them to just put their email in the chat? Or...
Yeah, pop your email in the chat and I will add.
Yeah.
You will add.
Yeah, if you don't feel comfortable with your email, okay. If you want it public, just put it everyone. If you don't want it public, just send it there.
Okay, great.
But
First 3 are in.
Only put your email if you want to join. So
all right. So what I'll do is I'll take the first 3 emails, and you guys will get an email, and then essentially when you start up Gravity Sketch, you'll see 3 heads as a room to get into the collab room. You click that, and then you'll see Christian's room, and then we can jump in there. So what I'll do is I'll take the first.
We'll let the chaos ensue.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. We've never done this before. This is a first for this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 1 email sent.
I'm just gonna step away for a second while
Sure,
you
I
set
got
this up. I'll be right back.
2, 3. Okay, so Peter, Leon, and Marina, Gravity. Okay, cool. I'll send that to your other one, Marina, and then you guys are first. So what I'll do is you can actually access that room. That room is open now. So you'll have got an email. But you don't need to do anything with that email per se. You just need to jump into Gravity Sketch, and yeah, we'll be there. We might get a bit of mic or reverb. So if you want to mute your speakers, you won't hear it echoing up in your head. I'm just going to pop these back. But also you guys, any of you from today, whatever you create in either Gravity Sketch or Adobe Medium or Substance, if you stick it on Instagram, tag me in it. I would love to repost it. I'd love to see what you guys create. I'm very much community oriented. There's a huge AR community and communities for each of these different groups. I love seeing everything that they do. So please do post it. I'll definitely repost some, and yeah. Look, Jerome, if you're happy to hold fire, we'll be able to. You'll be able to join. We'll do this first room because I can only do 3 at a time without a business account. So we can then do that as well. So let me just switch this on. There we go. What I can do is actually show you guys, anyone who can't join the room, also set up the camera. Hey, Leon. How you doing? Nice. Welcome. Oh, thanks. Yeah, and it's just about playing with them, just like spending a couple of evenings a week, just yeah. And then so now we're in the same space. I can sort of move over to you and start sketching. Yeah. But you can grab this. You can also grab that and play around with it. I'm just going to set up. It's cool, isn't it? I'm just going to set up the camera for everyone else. Okay. And what's nice is there's also 3D sound as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this is where it's really nice. If like I can open up a menu and I can show you, like, oh no, you need to click this button here. So if you hit the blue button on your non-dominant hand, I can see your menu, and I can say, oh, press this one for export. Yeah, yeah, it's a great learning experience. Good question. I think it sets it up for the whole room. Oh, I see. No, it does just for you. That's cool. And then I put the mirror plane up. Yeah. And what's really interesting, so when you scale so that no one gets nausea, what will happen is I look like I go really big. So it's, that's all that's happening there. Yeah, nice. Cool. I'm going to switch this around. Yeah, cool. Oh, any other questions or anything? Do you have any thoughts, or what's your background? What's your profession? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Oh, you will love this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, Christian.
You'll love the
Hey,
hey.
Christian. I think Marina is trying to. She gave you another email address.
Okay. Yes, I did add a second email. I did add that second one. Let's have a look. I'll bring up my desktop on here. Keep an eye on it. Oh, another one. Okay. Yeah, that is absolutely fine. Okay, it will just be quicker. I don't know. Absolutely fine. Copy. share your screen. Yeah, cool. So now you guys can also see what we see in the collaborative space. Okay. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And like that telepresence of having someone there. Okay, we're back. Right, well, this is working well, but it slowly descends into chaos very quickly. When you've got multiple people in the room, we normally have like colored squares, and we say, right, you stick to your blue square, you stick to your green square, because it just makes a lot of sense. So yeah. And so for all the viewers who are watching the shared screen, they'll see as I scale up and down my scene, you'll see me get bigger and smaller, and same with everyone else. So if I zoom out, I'm now suddenly huge over here. So it's, yeah, likewise. Hey, hi, Mariana, how are you? Yes, yes. No, that's great. I'm glad you could join us. It's nice. I don't normally get to speak to the people I present to, so it's nice. It's only a one-sided discussion. Cool, isn't it? And this is where the chaos ensues, is when one person's really big and they draw something over the whole scene. So the best thing is to get to like become really small, like mouse size, and sketch. That's cool. And then let's unlock some layers. Cool. And then yeah, you can now also, if I wanted to unlock, I can unlock these 3D models, and you guys can pick up the 3D models that I produced as well and look at those, which is cool. So if you want to do that, I'll just unlock them. Yeah, so I've just changed the layer. So now you can actually pick up 3D model, move it around. You can scale it about, place that down there. And then whilst you're holding it, hit the left trigger, you can copy it. And it's 3D sound, so you guys are next to me and I can hear you're next to me. So, yeah. Feel free to ask any questions whilst you're in here. So I've been using Gravity Sketch. I've been keeping an eye on it for ages because it's just been doing so well, generally. So since about August 2019, I've been using it periodically, which is nice. I've not been using it daily, but any new feature that comes out, I've been jumping in going, oh, let's play with this, because it's just really nice to be on there, constantly working on it. So you guys, yeah. Cool. I like what you're doing already, Mariana. Jumping in sub D already. It is great. The volume tool is a lot more powerful than I give it credit for. Nice. So where are you guys from?
If you're happy to say, roughly. Nice. Oh, cool. Nice. So I have used it for a couple of client pieces in the past. I definitely I have sold NFTs that were made in Gravity Sketch, so that was cool. But it is the more features they bring out, especially this collab feature is actually pretty new. So this has just got huge potential to be able to like if a client has a headset, you can be in the space with them. You know, if you're designing a motorbike and you've got options in front of them, you can go through and they can mark up, they can play around with it, yeah, and actually give you live feedback, and you can make those changes straight away, which is incredible. So there's so much potential here with the stuff that we're doing. So yeah, I like what you're doing. It's,
So any other themes or VR?
these are the two. Yeah, these are the two I use the most, just because Gravity Sketch does everything for the precise creation of things, which I really like. Whereas I find trying to do really precise things in Adobe Medium, sculpting tools are much better for organic things, personally. And just being able to come in and do that there is really nice. Whereas Gravity Sketch just, from an architectural background, it's nice just to have those lines, and all of the tools like the orthographic tools, they're really it's a design tool. It works so well as a design tool, but artists can create some amazing stuff in here as well. So as you can see, by Vito is doing some really nice gestural work there, so love that. That's great. I can have a look.
One question.
Are you an illustrator? Sorry, go on, Leon.
This ship that I have in my hand is not good.
Yes.
But it seems idiot because I think that I just inverted
Yes. Yes, you do. Yeah, you've deleted. So what you've done is you've deleted the faces here. So what you are, excuse me, to ungroup this, what I would do is I would do a copy of it. It's kind of, this is just how you have to work in Gravity Sketch. And what I would do is actually delete the points of the bit that you don't want, and then do the opposite over here. But if you wanted to join them again, so now they're two separate objects. If you wanted to put that in there and then do another one, if you wanted to join, you go into edit mode, and then you can actually pick and join them there. So you go to this tool here, the merge tool, with the thumb button, and you can actually select and merge those. So now they're all one object again. But again, you have to do the reverse of, you have to do what I've just done to split them again. So sometimes it's not best to do that. So if I go back to edit mode and then go back and unmerge them, sometimes it's better just to group them and use the purple button on your non-drawing hand. Sometimes that does the job. So yeah, that's cool. I like what you drew here as well, these surfaces, because you can grab all these and then start to move them all at once, which is nice. Yeah, okay, cool. So, any other questions or anything from anyone?
You have? Oh, there we go. That's nice. Great. You guys have been very civilized. This is great. When I came in with friends, it was chaos. That's okay. So, Mariana, if you then put on subdivision and smooth it, if you yeah, put that one on, and then drag that slider up so you can make it really smooth. Well, yeah, that's yeah. You get to see what that looks like. It's nice. Okay. So, yeah, I guess in a minute or so we'll let someone else join. Sadly, I can't have more than 3 of you in the room, but this is great.
Is anyone who else wants to join that's not in there yet? Can you raise your hand?
No, my pleasure. Thank you. Drop me a DM as well if you guys have any other questions.
Anyone? Jerome, are you still wanting to try?
Okay,
Okay. And I think maybe Christoph. Yeah, I think you have 3 more that want to join, so perfect.
Awesome. Let's do that. Okay. Let's do this. So we did Jerome's next. Let's do Jerome. So Jerome.
I think Christoph was saying he wants to. He put his email at the end of that message there.
He has to. Yeah, unfortunately, has to go now. But I mean, I'll add him.
Okay.
He'll jump into the room anytime.
And then there's FA.
Okay, cool.
Jerome's in there already.
Nice. You're welcome, Walter. Thank you all for spending so much time with us this afternoon. All right, Jerome is in.
In there. He was right in there as soon as you added it.
Yeah, he's ready and waiting. Turn down my speakers. All right. Hey guys, hey Jerome, how you doing? Good, good. Where are you from? Yes. Oh, nice. You might, sorry? Oh, cool. Very nice. What's your profession? What's your background? Oh, nice. They'll love that. They'll love this, won't they? It's very good for them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice. And this whole collab feature is just amazing that anyone with a Gravity Sketch account can just do this now, which is great. Yeah, really nice. I mean, you architecturally speaking, you can have an entire master plan in here, concept models, couldn't you? And you can completely design anything and everything in here. So there should be someone else joining. I mean, this has got potential for future like workshop. Generally, you know, hold a sort of one-to-one workshop. You know, with there'd have to be requirements like specific things they wanted to make. You know, and then the curriculum is based around that. There's a car design academy. Sorry.
So that could be cool, like a longer term, more intimate kind of workshop, like 3-person, like week-long workshop or something, you know?
Yes, exactly. And or yeah, a longer term thing. If I speak to Gravity Sketch and they give me a business account, I mean, they don't have a subscription model for that yet, but I would happily pay to have more people in a space, and then it becomes more specific curriculum learning, and you actually, yeah.
Anyone else want to jump in there? It looks like there's one more spot.
I did send an email
to Effie.
Oh, oops, we found a bug.
At least it didn't crash.
Yeah. I've actually, touch wood, it's been really quite stable, to be honest, for me. I'm very lucky. I've not had to encountered many crashes.
Well, I mean, if no one else wants to jump in, maybe we should end the webinar, but you guys can chill in there so as long as you want, I guess.
Yes, let's do that. Yes, with the scale thing, yeah, definitely. I'll drop in a mannequin for you. That's 1-to-1 scale for you. But yes, the MVR scale is infinite. If that makes sense. You can scale up to any size you want. So yeah. Cool. All right then, Michael. Let's. Right,
I mean,
guys...
if you want to hang out in there still after with these guys, up to you.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Let's. We've gone 40 minutes over anyway. So, who else is still watching? 22 people.
There's 20 people just hanging around.
Yeah. Oh, they've left it on and gone and done other things. So
yeah.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Michael. That was great.
Thank you, Christian. I'll shoot you a message afterwards. Yeah, it was super awesome. Very cool. And yeah, are they still in your room there, or they left as well?
No, they're still. No,
Just
still going in. And the beauty is they can still stay in there as long as they want. I don't have to be in there, but they can now create their own rooms, and they can now collaborate with others, which is great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for joining. I think this was a really cool, more experimental webinar. So,
hopefully it was all right to watch, like over the shoulder, and the first person ones weren't too.
It was really good, actually. It wasn't so dizzying, and it was pretty smooth. So
great. My work here is done.
yeah. All right. Well,
cool.
Goodbye, everyone.
Cheers.
Until next time.
See you later.
See you.